Yo, 1 second. Rocket or no rocket, guys? Yeah, for you, but not for like Ramu. Ramu's been here for like 5 minutes. Rocket or no rocket today? What are we thinking? Did I not just pull up the fucking what's it called? Did I not just pull up the Ortex for this like 10 seconds ago? Is that what you're referring to? That's some funny shit. Oh! No! I actually watched. What's it called? I literally just looked at the Tide. What's it called? Vortex, and then all of a sudden you said Tide like move, and I was like, oh, okay. Oh man. It needs to take $1. Let me know if it takes $1. This is where a lot of focus has to be today on ETH after the merge. Kaput. And now we wait for a handle. I know it's not fun, but I mean, this is quite the opposite, actually. I think that, first of all, the economy would collapse without the railroads. Um, I think that they would juice the SPY in order to compensate, because other things would have to run up in order to like disassociate from the basically we would have to print more cash, if that makes sense. That's what I believe it comes down to. Hold on a second. Trading rate between the 200 and the 48. We're gonna take 1600 back on ETH. What would you like to go outside, Bill? Is that it? What do you think will happen when the if/when the railroads do go on strike? I want to hear other people's opinions. Because to me, that's the important part. It's like, what does everybody else think? Let's actually make it an official poll, because why not? Why not, right? Let's get some crowd psychology going first thing in the morning. SPY down. We're probably going to think the opposite of what everybody else puts. It doesn't even matter which way. Like, alright, so here's my outlook. Holy tide. Okay, basically, they've been wanting us to, like, they've been, like, steering us and, like, making us think one thing just to, you know, have another thing happen over and over and over and over again, right? What makes this any different? So I see this as like a, you know, like another reverse psychology event. At least until proven otherwise. One second. Marge Mafia chat. Cryptide just made an acquisition. Beautiful. Yeah, wait for that MACD to swing. It's gonna hit that 48. Probably get some resistance off that, or some support off that. Swing right up. In theory, of course. I was not. No. Well, what did I miss? Well. I guess that I can go ahead and I can just message the Marja Mafia chat, because that's how awesome it is. See? So, what went down? There we go. Tim is like he like runs the calls. He represents the Reddit for the calls. So yes, I assume that Tim was on there. That's why yeah. He represents the Reddit. Like he's a legitimate whale. Like, I wonder if he pops up in this section. Hold on a second. I got a curiosity. I wonder if he actually pops up in here. Chances are he'd be at the bottom. Teachers. Cough, 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 cough. Huh. No, he doesn't have that many, I don't think. I don't think he has that, like... He might be close to that figure. I mean, like... I feel like I have, like, a fair amount, and he has a lot more than I do. Oh, I know he does. He has a lot more than that. One second. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna block the stairs. Sorry, I know that. I know you like to go up and lay down there, but I don't trust left you up there. I'm sorry. Yeah, no. Like I'm like at that threshold. So I'm just under that threshold. I know he's gotta be well over it. Like well over it. He's responding and telling us what's going on in the space call right now. If you guys want to be a part of the Margin Mafia and have access to this kind of stuff, I'm about to drop a link. There you go. Feel free. It is free. I will never ever charge anybody in order to go ahead and be a part of a community. I think that that's like it's just abusing your platform, so I'm not gonna do that. Feel free to join. Feel free not to join. Dude, you do you. You should just never be required to, in order to pay, in order to be a part of a community. I think that that's like totally like excluding your original target audience. Ah, here we go.
In the meantime,
Just gotta break the 200. What, dude? One second. Outside? Okay. Yeah, we broke the 200. That's perfect. Alright, everybody just check out the for the notes for this base call, just check out the Marja Mafia chat. Beautiful. Fucking beautiful. Inverted hammer. All right. Yeah, but I hear you, baby. The 8 o'clock rush. Ah, man. Absolutely. 100%. I wouldn't even call it a bear market, though. Like, I would call it more of a controlled downtrend, if we're being honest. It was just like, it was literally like a downward channel. Like, ever since, what, January 4th at the top of the market, it's just been a downward channel, from what I could tell. Um, yes, I believe that they could absolutely be pulling liquidity. They're pulling liquidity from wherever they can, in my opinion. I think that that's apparent. Like, I think that that's... Good morning, Flex. Long time no see. How come you don't hang out with us anymore? Like, what happened to that? You got bored with us? It's like, I don't know, doing curls. You're just like, I do enough curls. I don't want to hang out with them anymore. No, but really, like, I think that they're pulling. I think that they're pulling liquidity from everywhere they got. I mean, it's either that or print more cash. How come you don't talk anymore then? What the hell? Oh, I hear you. I hear you. Okay. Think about that. So 80% of all U.S. money has been printed over the last, what, 2 years? But yet the market's at a downtrend. We're going to make a little video here before market opens. They just made an acquisition. You're going to see a lot of bullshit here. All right. Yeah, I know, but you know, we could actually add that in. We actually add that in. Oh, I know. Oil and gas is my favorite because they cut the pipeline. So those fucking idiots. Oh my god. Sorry. It gets me a little bit like off the rails. Yeah, that was a shitty pun, but you guys feel me. Yo, all right, you guys know I'm not a financial advisor, so we're gonna dive right in. Everyone's calling this a bear market for like months now. This is a weekly, or this is a weekly SPY chart. I see this as a descending channel with us finally breaking out. That's what I see. Others may disagree with me. That's fine. I'm seeing a descending channel. We're breaking out. That's just what I'm seeing. Now, that's not what I want to really touch on, though. What I really want to touch on is the fact that, let's see, 80% of all U.S. currency has been printed over the last 2 years. So, looking at this and seeing how, the market has gone up, right? But then over the last 2 years, now that there's more money in the system, now it goes down. How in the does that make any sense at all? It doesn't, right? Now, let's go ahead and let's play along with me here, guys. Okay. So, if you were to ship rail direct, we're talking just over $70 per net ton. Now, if you do over the road truck, just about $215. So, approximately 1/3. Here's the problem. We don't have enough trucks. And even if we did, that goes against the whole greenhouse gas, initiative. Think about it, guys. That's it. Please think about it. None of that's financial advice, but with the ETH merge, cryptocurrency adoption, I don't know. You use your heads. I will be live all day today. I hope to catch you here. Because I may be opinionated, but tell you what, usually they kind of pan out, at least, like, rather than me sitting here guessing. Later, guys. Alright. Sorry about that. I don't know what to label that as. Actually, I think I have an idea. Hmm. Hmm. Shit. Sorry about that, guys. I have to let Lucky in. Give me 1 second. We're looking for 1,600 here. Good boy. This is too obvious for a crash. At least in my opinion. Have I been wrong? Yeah. Have we all been wrong? Yeah. It's too obvious though. With the video I just posted, like, I mean, like, think about it. We don't have enough trucks to support a strike. So what are we gonna just halt the economy again? I mean, I'm hedged for that, God forbid. But like, think about it. We do not have the infrastructure. We simply do not have the infrastructure in order to go ahead and support that. Like, guys, we just don't have the infrastructure for this shit. Just remember that. Like, we do not have the infrastructure in order to support a rail strike. Like, we're talking about tripling the amount of money and adding greenhouse gases. Like, I'm sorry, I just don't see it. Ooh, okay. Watch Polygon. Watch Polygon during all this. Just saying. One second. I'm dealing with girlfriend stuff real quick. One second. Some like weird dude is just like, I guess like tweeting at my girlfriend. Hold on a second. Oh, and of course it's. Oh man. Yeah, it's all in Spanish. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so I'm seeing words of her calling him a clown. And I'm seeing emojis of that. I'll take it. Honey, all I needed to see was the fact that you just like used like the clown emoji, and I was able to loosely translate it, even though I don't speak Spanish. And I mean, as usual, your curve game is strong as fuck. So I mean, I don't care. Have fun. Well, I mean, obviously not like yeah. You get what I'm saying. I love you. I'm working. I will talk to you after a while later. Wow. Okay. Oh God. No. NVIDIA up. Just because they use a lot less CPU power, right? Doesn't mean that technology is going to stop improving. Think about that. So in the short term, maybe, right? But in the long term, is technology just going to stop growing? Or is technology just going to get larger and more intense? Chances are technology is just going to keep growing and growing and growing and growing and growing. So the fact is, like, what's going to be the one after ETH? What's going to be the one after that one? What's going to be the one after that one? Like, in the short run, it might provide a good buying opportunity, but I don't foresee that happening. I honestly am thinking about going long on the SOXL. If they give me a buying opportunity, I might have to. Remember, this is a 3 times bowl daily. So this is dangerous. This is dangerous territory here. Like, what if we hit a double bottom right here on? I mean, there's really not much I could say except like expect the unexpected, right? But like, that's kind of been built into our brains at this point, right? I mean, at least I would think so. Honey, what did I say about first thing in the morning? Oh, that's a good one. Let's not do that. That's great. That's a nice candle that I see here on ETH as well. All right, babe, I gotta go. Seriously though, I love you. I'll talk to you later. Holy ETH, guys, just expect Polygon to pretty much follow ETH. Remember, Polygon is the layer 2 for ETH. It also can work as a standalone chain. As a standalone chain. So keep that in mind. And here we go. Hey, babe. So chat told me that I have to stay on the phone with you because it's working. Because ETH is just ripping faces all of a sudden. So I was gonna stay on the phone with you for a couple minutes.
Okay. I'm still in bed. I gotta go sign up paperwork that I don't want to.
Okay. Okay. So
You're giving me a good reason to get up.
good. See. Look, we're being productive for each other here. Look at ADTX, guys. But what I was gonna say is you're. It sounds like you're complaining about signing paperwork for a car that you got for free that's supposed to last you 3 months.
Shut up. Stop it.
It's funny though.
Stop it.
I don't know if I want to. So.
Hey, not my fault to be a spoiled baby.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you're right. So it's 9:30 there. How come you're still sleeping?
Honey, my sleep schedule is so fucked up. I went to sleep at 3:30 last night.
3:30.
Yeah.
Ooh, watch Go EV, guys. Go EV might do something. Go EV was looking interesting to me via Ortex as well when I was looking. It's so dark in your room. Yeah, because you know what Go EV means.
Oh, yeah. It's dark because there's no light here because everybody was sleeping. Well, I was sleeping.
So one of my mods just said that he goes, she doesn't realize she is our catalyst. Oh god, this is good. Oh, okay, all right. Now you're being a negative catalyst. Hold on a second.
Why?
Hold on. I don't know. The chart is saying that you're being a negative catalyst. It's okay. Hold on a second. Let's see if we could recover from this, or else I might have to cut you completely. That was good. That's a very attractive yawn right there. Let's get a double bottom here.
It's 8:30 your time. Market is not open yet, right?
No, yeah, exactly. The market's not open yet. Yeah, we have an hour till the market is open, which is, yeah. Yeah, you look it. Just kidding. You look beautiful.
F you, boomer. See? I'm not even cursing right now while you're alive.
Well, see, well,
I know how to behave, unlike you.
what are you? Okay, never mind.
Mr. Webull!
I know it's Mr. Wobble.
Well, you ask.
Let's see if she can't make me. She can't make me blush. No, she doesn't. She can't make me blush. She doesn't make. Okay, the only thing that would make me blush is if she like ripped her like tatas out. That might make me blush.
Stop it!
He asked.
Why you can behave?
I can behave. Why can't you behave? I'm telling you, that's the only way that I will blush, though. Straight up. Alright, 1 second. Let me let Bella out. That means I'm about to see tatas, huh?
Oh, shut up.
Alright, honey. I'm gonna task you with one simple thing.
I don't know if I'm gonna do it, but what you want.
Alright, tatas for the boys.
Oh, no.
Okay, but really it's just me.
Yeah, but still, no. You are supposed to be focusing on one right now.
Yeah, but Jeremy's asking me.
I don't even know who.
Okay, one of my mods. Yeah, you brush those teeth. I love that hand motion. That is excellent hand motion. You know what? That might count as a blush. That might count as a blush. All right. So, all right. All right. This is working. This is working on ETH. It's working. So, I'm gonna have to go ahead and say, just do it for the boys, babe. AKA, just me. No, well, no, she's brushing her tongue. You get it?
You're a a-hole.
I'm just describing what's happening. Here, you guys could hear. That way you guys could understand what's going on. There we go. Alright, babe. So ETH is moving with some velocity.
Oh, I'm not getting more ETH. That's like...
Yeah, so I love that hand motion. You need to add a little bit of a twist to it, a little bit.
Shut up!
And then let's get some tatas from the boys. She has enough electric things like that. Don't worry. It's okay. People are saying that you should get an electric toothbrush.
I have one, but I couldn't get the replacement for it. And it's pink.
Oh, it's pink? That's cool. That's cool. So are we gonna get some tatas for the boys or what? Because like Eth needs it right now.
You're working, honey. What's the one?
Tatas for the boys? Question mark.
Focus on work.
I am working. This is pertinent for work.
You gotta focus on work. I want you to realize this. It's too right. Oh my gosh.
All right, perfect. You're in your perfect angle.
Stop it!
Perfect angle. Tatas for the boys, baby.
Do they know I'm a child in comparison to you?
In comparison to me, yes, they know that I'm a very lucky individual.
Oh no, I meant old.
Okay, so are we gonna get tatas for the boys, or are we just gonna get like
I'm busy.
You're busy. Okay, all right, well, all right. No, I'm not blushing yet. Not blushing yet.
And he won't blush. He won't blush either way. So.
See, you hear her? That's my girlfriend admitting that I won't blush either way.
Yeah, I don't recall seeing you blush.
Yeah, see, yeah. Well, Jeremy's over here telling me that I'm blushing, so like I don't do that.
I don't know why you don't blush.
Because I'm emotionless.
Hey, welcome to the club.
I have about 18 I have about 18 minutes, give or take, like left of having emotion.
Does that open?
Yeah, see, Jeremy's on point. He said that I have 18 minutes until I could, then show no emotion. So let's get some tatas for the boys, babe. All right, I'm fine. I'll just keep drinking coffee then. 1 second.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, don't be talking shit in there.
Can you guys tell Jonathan to start labeling bins, please? And thank you. And to do laundry as well. And to eat better and drink water. He sometimes listens to me, but not most of the time.
What was that?
Okay.
All right. So tatas for the boys, babe, or what? It's time.
Time for me to go sign up paperwork? Yeah.
For the free car?
Oh, shut up.
For 3 months?
Shut up. Oh, it's raining.
Oh no. You might melt. Alright. Like...
Yeah, you have awful jokes.
Well, no, so see, I have 16 minutes until I could become emotionless. So that means that I get 16 minutes to get some tatas for the boys. Listen here, guys. Listen here. I don't care what you guys want and what you guys don't want. Your boy needs some motivation. And it is obviously a clear catalyst. Clear catalyst. There they are. There they are. Alright, babe.
I'm trying to figure out what to wear.
Oh, perfect. One second. Thanks, babe. Alright, I love you. I'll talk to you later. Have a great day.
Love you, Mark. You're right.
Cold shower, take one. Yeah. Yeah. With 14 minutes to spare. Woo. Now, if we could get a gold cross here on ETH, then that is the ultimate catalyst. I'm calling it. If not, then we know. Fair enough? Luke, you didn't have to retract your statement. That's fine. I saw what you said. It's cool. Of course I wanted to see some titty. Who didn't? Who wouldn't? Duh. I have 12 minutes of, being emotion, or like having emotion. Of course I want to see some titty within my last 12 minutes. Now, again, we were looking for the gold cross right here. Let's see if we get it. Should be fairly simple. I'm really not asking for much on this little push here, but we'll see. Alright, so a lot of you guys think that the SPY goes down if the rails go on a tear. Let's see. So we're going to end that poll. And then we're going to start a new poll. New poll. I'm taking the over. Thoughts? I'm taking the over. I need you guys to vote too. I can't be the only one voting. Alright, so right now we have a 60-40 split. Spies orange, spies green. Well, I'm surprised. Even after the merge? Even after the merge? I don't know. I'm feeling over 4. I'm feeling a rip. Remember the economic data that just came out? But then retail sales beat by like, weird, right? Unemployment claims, interesting. And tomorrow we get this consumer sentiment. I mean, I don't know. Please like, sub, share, all that happy stuff. I just don't see a world in which the SPY stays down. Not with how much money was printed. I don't see it. Do you see it hitting 400? do you see it hitting 400? Is it like closing? I could agree with you. We might. I think we see high 390s. Yeah, I buy fear. Do you buy fear or do you buy confidence? That's why I'm so bullish, is because there's a lot of fear in the market. Like, I'm bullish because everybody else is bearish. That's one of the reasons. Well, that's generally one of the reasons. And if we're being completely honest, I am bullish because like mostly everybody is bearish. You think today's gonna be sideways? Okay, that's fair enough. If it's up, that chances are I already missed it. I agree with that range. I'm already late. This was a buy yesterday. They got a patent issued yesterday. Well, with T+2, so it would have been yesterday. If you knew about this, you should have entered yesterday, in all honesty. Just because of that. No trading history. I think I'm gonna make an entry in this at some point. Yeah, beat. I'm already beat on. Like it's like I'm already. You guys see it hitting 400 at all? Okay. But so yeah, I don't chase things at all, Pain. You know that. That's my thing. You think under 3.9? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right. All right. You might actually, you know what? Honestly, there's so many people. There are a lot of people that are bullish as well, though. That might see that. may signify, too many people being bullish, and then obviously we could see a bear slide and into a bullish Friday, which would be very rare because usually Fridays are statistically kind of set to fail. That's it. That's an interesting take. I'm sitting here just trying to process that. Because if we slide today, then that'd be even more fearful for the market. But then to have a run up on a Friday, followed up by a potential scalp on a Monday. But then Monday would be getting T+2 data from today. Today we got this data. Retail sales. I think we're either over 400 or under 390 today. I don't think that there's a middle. The crime, you might be right on that. 100%. I don't see there being a middle. Because if you think about it, consumer sentiment comes out tomorrow, right? And then we'll be getting the T+2 data off today on Monday. Today we could see more fear being put into the market and injected into the market. Tomorrow it would be rare to see a Friday rip, but we could. And then they could hit the market hard on a Monday if they really wanted to. And then statistically that would potentially gear up for like a turnaround Tuesday. Now I know that there's a lot of speculation there, but I'm just saying. T2 candle. Watch Tblt and Go EV. They've been moving in tandem. I had to grab Bell real quick. Keep an eye on ETH. We wanted to see 1600 ASAP. Guys, bear with me real quick. I wasn't able to eat breakfast. Just 1 second. Spy's gonna follow crypto today, guys. Heads up. Just telling you guys now. It's gonna happen. Especially at post-merge. Now, I would personally, not financial advice, blah, 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 blah. I would pay more attention to ETH than I would Bitcoin at this point. At this juncture. That's just my humble opinion. I'd be paying a lot more attention to ETH rather than I would be paying attention to Bitcoin. I mean, again, I have been kind of saying that for a little while now, but like now that the merge has happened, kind of makes it a little bit more, you know, on the chin. Like, kind of got to take it a little bit more seriously. bear with me. My breakfast is done. 1 second. Guys, I just didn't eat breakfast. I'm sorry. Gotta do it. The director bought a shit ton of OPFI yesterday. Actually, sorry, it was reported yesterday. I think it was a director. Here, let's look. Sorry, it was CEO. Oh, and the director. Oh, and the other director. It doesn't even say what its peers are, though. you doing, Spy? I should probably log into my own account again. Huh. Oh, the SEC has a closed meeting today. Hey guys. Genzer talks at 10 o'clock. If I don't, if for some reason this doesn't like remind me at 9:58, somebody else like remind me. But I have the link already up and live. It just kind of gonna be like I have to reload the page. And once again, I have to open my own portfolio. Yeah, the years of waiting. I totally get that because like I don't feel like I'm ever gonna like. I feel like I'm never gonna sell my cryptocurrency. I'll just take loans against it. I mean, if like whenever I need money, I feel like I'll just take loans against my cryptocurrency. That way, I never realize the gains and then never get taxed on it. Rude, let me ask you this. Did you buy more Poly or did you buy more ETH? Just out of curiosity. You don't have to give me a dollar figure. I just want to know, like percentage-wise. ADN 322. ADN does not like being under $3, guys. Just saying. It's kind of like GWH and $4. And Bitcoin sliding. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. See that candle right there, though? That inverted hammer? Shows a lot of range to the upside. Meaning that this, it's almost like this doesn't know which way it wants to go. Hence, what's going on with ETH. You guys are not eating shellfish now. Sorry guys, you can't have shellfish. It's not happening. Oh boy. Let's get it. Anyone have any bold predictions on the day? I feel like that could be a fun little tidbit that we go with. Any kind of bold predictions on the day? No one has any bold predictions. All right. My bold prediction, to counter that bold prediction, is that HKD's floor is going to fall out of it at some point. Whether it be tonight, today, or tomorrow morning. Or hell, even tomorrow, I don't know, pre-market. Rocket Girl, I hope that you feel okay because you weren't here yesterday. Are you alright? Next Wednesday? No, I think it happens before then. You felt like shit yesterday? I could tell because you weren't here. Well, you already had it, right? So that could be your normal antibodies fighting it off. This isn't a descending wedge. Fair enough. I have to remove that comment just because of the C word. Guys, not to be a lame, but I kind of want to see what happens with the Qs here. Oh, yeah. No. This chat was already kind of disrespectful towards women a little bit earlier, so you missed all that. But all right, so Jeremy, without even looking at that, right? My response to it is gonna be the same, right? We are not in a rational market or a market that can be predicted right now, for the most part. So, do you think it's gonna follow the same exact trend? Right? Like, I feel like that's a fair statement. Alright. Cool, calm, collected, guys. Ice cold. Know what you're doing. I'm not a financial advisor. And yeah, good luck to everyone. Let's get it. GameStop's green, AMC is a penny off, and it is green. BBIG green. Revlon. Not even really popping up yet, but it's showing. Okay, now it is. Alright. Showing slightly up. Bang! Alright. All we need are bidders. Rocket Girl. Rocket Girl, all we need are bidders. Fuck yeah. As long as there's a bid, we're good. As long as there's one bid. What happens after one bid? A second bid. Of course. It all comes down to getting that first bid. Merc filed? Fuck yeah. Good shit. Very good DD. Not financial advice? I have something stuck in my throat. Yep. Michael J. Foxon. Sorry. Look at ADN. ADN is also looking nice and strong. Do what you do. Bella's bigger. Bella usually always wins. Then Lucky comes over here and hides because he knows that I'll tell her to stop. But like he totally eggs her on. Like he'll slap her in the face. I don't know if that's how that works. Watch out on EVGO. I was talking about it in pre-market. Well, that's what she was doing. I mean, it wasn't really an option strat, but like, I mean, I guess it was because he had options on how he could get down, but like he gets like pinned up on the couch and he doesn't know what to do. It's kind of terrible, but at the same time, it is kind of funny. I am murdering this trade so bad that, like, I feel like I'm being greedy. I genuinely feel greedy. But, like, on a technical basis, it should hit around here. I bet it does. It just, where is it gonna top though? Where is the trapdoor gonna be? Oh my god. Can somebody share this video for me on StockTwits? Purdy, please. I'm gonna share a video in a second to all of you, and I got banned apparently, so just wondering if somebody could share this for me. It'd be dope if someone would share that for me. I'm thinking SPY goes green. Very, very shortly. Might retest yesterday's lows. Would anyone share that for me on StockTwits? Purdy, please. I totally would. It just, like, you know, again, I got banned, and it won't let me re-register for some odd reason. Don't know why. It just won't. Trust me, I tried. Watch go EV today. Fisker also had an excellent short score. Excuse me. It was like the best in the market yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Or they're already up like 6%. Look at ADN cruising. Cruising. Light on vol. Are you serious? Are you fucking oh, okay. Oh, Gensler. Move over there, Buzz. Hold on a second. Alright, let me get this set up. What the hell? How come it's not coming up? Wait, download the testimony. What? No, that's not how it should be. A live stream can be found here. Check back for... Hold on a second. Let me go ahead and open another YouTube window. It says to click here on their fucking page. And nothing's coming up. Full committee hearing. It is very odd. You know, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna pull this off. I'm gonna put you guys up. I'm gonna decrease both the windows, and I'm just gonna keep hitting the I'm just gonna keep hitting the refresh button, and it'll pop up. Oh wait, it starts at 10. It gave me the alert early. I'm such a dumbass. It doesn't start for another 12 minutes. I'm sitting here clicking the button like... T2. Let me make sure I have no other volumes going for when this goes. Alright, that's off. Last thing you guys want to hear is an echo. This one. Bear with me.
Dump.
Alright, I think all my volume's off. Okay. Good. Good stuff. Very good stuff. Look at Evie go. I told yous. If you were here in pre-market, I told yous. Watch out on it. ADN is also on a space mission here. Spy looks like it's about to rip. Oh boy. What is Genzer gonna say in 8 minutes, though? That's the real question. What is Genzer gonna say in 8 minutes? If you miss Boyle, Boyle might come down to a point where it seems like it's at a decent level. It might. I'm not sure. I have no idea. I can't tell you yes or no, but it might come down to a reasonable level. In case you missed the original, you know, shout. Anything juicy or what? I knew about the Tide one. I didn't know about Mullen. I can't look right now because I gotta be ready for this Gary Gensler hearing at 10. What do you know? Oh, hold on. I hear you, baby. 1 second. I hear you. I gotta go see what doggo number 1 here wants, and then doggo number 2 is probably gonna want to go outside too. 1 second. Move. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. Okay, we'll look at this after the Gary Gensler thing. If it'll ever pop up. Check back for a live video of this hearing. In 4 minutes, okay. At some point, I'm going to be getting greedy with this position. But at the same time, fundamentally, it should hit this area. So it's like, fuck. What? What are you doing, Lucky? Thought you were up to some nefarious kind of type of stuff there, bud. Alright, 9:58. Let's go ahead and let's retry this again. Nothing. Son of a gun. Adobe is making an acquisition. They're acquiring Figma. On more acquisition news, Sequoia's getting, or Sequoia? I mean, it's not Sequoia. Sequoia? From Carlisle? Look at that little bull trap. Little baby bull trap there in the open. I don't know about you guys, but especially after the merge, I care a lot more about what ETH does as opposed to Bitcoin. Just saying. Greg is just smoking DD in chat. Smoking it. And it is 10 o'clock. Let me refresh it. Why is this? Oh, man. Check back for live video. Like, I've been checking back. What the fuck you want from me? Hold on. I gotta go to their website. Check back for live video. What do you mean? Ah, this is the one with Elizabeth Warren in it. Oh, fuck. I hate listening to her talk. Sava's up to 33.35. Arrivals at 107.5. Hmm. 493 on GWH. Okay, OKTA with news. Oh, in China. You had me excited, and then I read China, and I was like, there goes that. Oh, here we go.
See, that includes going after companies that try to cheat the market. Chair Gensler is doing that very well. It means strengthening corporate disclosures to stay ahead of risks like climate change. It means looking into the practices of private equity and hedge funds as they stretch their tentacles into more and more areas of our economy. It's been an eventful year. This summer, the Senate confirmed President Biden's 2 nominees to the SEC. I know both new commissioners got right to work on the many issues before this agency, and the commission, its dedicated staff, have been busy. Republicans on this committee have bellyached, and I assume will today, about your ambitious agenda. If Wall Street and its allies are complaining, it tells me you're doing your job. You put America's savings first. You focus on transparency and fairness, 2 concepts critical to making sure our markets work for everyone, not just insiders, not just corporate execs. The SEC must continue making enforcement a priority. Bad actors are always coming up with new schemes to separate people from their hard-earned money or to cheat the rules to gain a little bit more for themselves. Under your watch, SEC's increased prosecution for insider trading, which, as of course you know, under the Trump administration had fallen to the lowest level in a generation. In April, this committee considered a Reid-Menendez bill that would outlaw insider trading in statute. The House has already passed a similar bill. The Senate must. Last month, we saw the successful results of bipartisan work of our committee members to improve transparency and fight fraud. In 2020, Senator Kennedy, who's sitting to my left, more or less, and Senator Van Hollen pushed for the passage of the Holding Foreign Companies Accountable Act, a bill to stop the U.S. stock exchange trading of foreign companies with China-based auditors that refuse to comply with our oversight laws. Because that law jump-started negotiations, the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board signed an agreement with Chinese authorities that will finally allow auditors to begin inspections. In March, the president signed an executive order establishing a whole-of-government strategy for digital assets, while agencies across our government look at how we respond to the growth of crypto and best protect Americans' money. We know the SEC continues to enforce the laws, going after crypto tokens that violate security laws, shutting down crypto Ponzi schemes, charging insider trading crimes in crypto. Over the last year in the Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs Committee, we've looked at how crypto assets are used in scams and frauds and play a role in illicit finance. We heard from the Treasury Undersecretary who testified on the President's Working Group report on stablecoin. This morning, the Ag Committee downstairs, and Senator Smith and I on this committee, on the Democratic side, sit on both these committees, is considering a crypto bill sponsored by Senator Stabenow and Boozman that focuses on digital commodities. I appreciate their work to create regulation in the crypto space. It's critical, though, that we are careful and deliberate in drawing jurisdictional lines. In this kind of regulation, we have to prevent gaps and close loopholes that can be exploited or abused. It's not easy. It's why action by the Agriculture Committee and the Commodities Future Trading Commission agency, Chair Gensler is very familiar with why that action is welcome, but we also know it's not enough. When Congress wrote Dodd-Frank, we fixed the problems in the oversight of over-the-counter derivatives market. It's a lesson we need to remember, thinking of the damage that was done when it comes to crypto. Our regulators need to work together to make sure investors and consumers and market stability come first. SEC's work on climate risk disclosure is an important example of how to improve the market's understanding of risk and to provide transparency and comparability. Clarity and uniformity are key. If only a subset of companies provides disclosure, and they do so in whatever form they want, that doesn't serve anyone. Investors outside the U.S. already benefit from standardized climate risk disclosure. It's time the U.S. market did as well. The SEC's recent rule proposal to require more disclosure about corporate stock buybacks will also bring much-needed transparency to the market. Thank you for that. We know stock buybacks are a big problem. They distort the market. They funnel profits to executives at the expense of long-term investment in workers and in innovation. The process allowed for these buybacks has only made them more manipulative. For decades, companies have been able to announce stock buybacks to juice their stock price, but then they only provide details months later on how, when, and even whether they were even completed their plans. Under SEC's new proposal, the market and the SEC would understand when companies are buying their stock and if executives are buying or selling at the same time. Taken together with unprecedented steps in the Inflation Reduction Act to finally tax these buybacks, and I appreciate Senator Tester and others on this committee supporting that. These are the first real steps we've seen in years to rein in this Wall Street scheme. Another example of a new president of the United States who fights for workers and sides with workers. Chair Gensler, I look forward to hearing more about other ways the SEC is working to hold bad actors accountable and protect Americans who invest their hard-earned money in the markets. Senator Toomey, Ranking Member Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Gensler, welcome back to the committee. Good to see you again. The SEC, as we all know, has a critical role to play in protecting investors, maintaining fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and facilitating capital formation. Unfortunately, some of the SEC's recent actions and inactions raise concern about how well it's carrying out this important mission. Take, for example, the SEC's handling of crypto lending platforms like Celsius and Voyager. Celsius and Voyager were offering interest rates as high as 18% if customers would lend their digital assets to them. The firms would then lend that crypto to presumably other larger investors to make short-term bets on crypto markets. But once the crypto sell-off began, many borrowers couldn't pay their debts, and these platforms froze customer accounts. The SEC did take enforcement action against BlockFi for similar activities last winter, yet somehow let Celsius and Voyager continue through this spring when both companies blew up and found themselves in bankruptcy, with investors staring at billions in losses. Where was the SEC? And where's the SEC been in clarifying the rules of the road for crypto market participants? The chairman insists in his written testimony that, and I quote, the vast majority, end quote, of crypto tokens are securities. But he's also acknowledged that Bitcoin is not. Now, presumably, that's because Bitcoin is so thoroughly decentralized. But that naturally raises the question, where on the decentralization continuum does a token cease to be a security? And most of these tokens don't even have a financial claim on the issuer. Doesn't that make these tokens very different from at least the vast majority of ordinary securities? And if the chairman is right that most tokens should be considered securities, then as he himself states in his written testimony, and I quote, it follows that many crypto intermediaries are transacting in securities and have to register with the SEC in some capacity, end quote. But crypto transactions typically can be settled in real time on chain and without intermediaries. As a result, crypto intermediaries often serve different customer needs, they've got different business models, and they pose different risks than traditional securities intermediaries. All of that raises the question, what is the crypto-specific roadmap for these crypto intermediaries to register? Stepping back, I think there's a larger problem here. As Bloomberg columnist Matt Levine put it, and I quote, Chairman Gensler's posture is that he should be in charge of writing the rules for crypto, but not write them. I just don't see how that can work, end quote. I think Mr. Levine has a good point. Given the novel nature of these tokens, really Congress ought to step in and provide clarity. In particular, we need to revisit the definition of security as part of a larger effort to tailor a regulatory framework that is calibrated to the unique risks and activities of the crypto market. As I've said, crypto tokens have varying degrees of decentralization. They usually do not have a financial claim on the issuer and typically can be settled in real time without intermediaries. These are very major and important differences from traditional securities, and they merit a clearly stated and tailored regulatory framework. Now, while the SEC has failed to provide the regulatory clarity in the crypto markets, it's been issuing numerous controversial and burdensome rules and proposed rules in the ordinary securities market. Top of that list is the SEC's climate disclosure rule. Public companies are already legally required, to disclose material climate change information. The proposed rule, however, would go much further. to require disclosure of exceedingly extensive global warming data. This data will be enormously expensive to collect, but almost none of it will be material to a business's finances. For annual reports alone, the SEC estimates that aggregate external compliance costs for issuers will increase from $1.9 billion per year to $5.2 billion per year if the SEC's proposed climate disclosure rule becomes effective. The SEC itself, again, estimates that the external compliance cost of a company going public will increase by more than 5 times
Please
at a
like
time
and
when
sub
excessive
if you haven't
regulatory
already.
costs are already resulting in ever fewer companies going public. The cost of compliance will be more material to the investor than the information itself. But, of course, the climate disclosure rule isn't really about informed investment decision. It's about equipping climate activists with data to run political pressure campaigns against companies, which will often be to the detriment of shareholders. The end game is to discourage capital investment in oil, in natural gas, and other traditional energy industries, and we've seen how well that's working out in Europe. The SEC is wading into controversial public policy debates that are far outside its mission and its expertise, and they're doing it without the legal authority to do so. And in the process, the SEC risks politicizing the agency, slowing economic growth, increasing inflation, and possibly even undermining national security. So given the importance of these issues, Banking Committee Republicans have written to the SEC asking basic questions about how the SEC developed the climate disclosure rule. Instead of providing real substantive answers, the SEC has been stonewalling us. While the SEC may not want to answer to Congress on its climate disclosure rule, but ultimately, the SEC will have to answer to the courts, which should make it nervous. The Supreme Court has repeatedly held, and I quote, "Congress does not alter the fundamental details of a regulatory scheme in vague terms or ancillary provisions. It does not, one might say, hide elephants in mouse holes," end quote. This summer, the Supreme Court applied this sensible principle in the West Virginia versus EPA case. There, it ruled that the executive branch and its agencies cannot use novel interpretations of existing law to pretend that they've got a legal authority to support sweeping policy changes, including on climate change, that Congress never intended. Well, that's precisely what the SEC appears to be trying to do with its climate disclosure rule. The SEC should consider itself to be on notice by the court that the separation of powers still exists and will be upheld. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Toomey. Today we'll hear from Securities and Exchange Commission Chair Gary Gensler. This is his annual trip here, but he sometimes does that more often, and we thank him for that. Chair Gensler, you're particularly welcome because we have a very good, well above average turnout today. So
Well above
enjoy
average.
that. But thank you for joining us, Chair Gensler.
Chair Brown, Ranking Member Toomey, and members of the committee, I'm honored to appear here before you today. I want to start just by thanking you, this committee, and all of Congress for confirming our 2 new commissioners, Mark Ueda, who I know worked up here on the Hill, Jaime Lizarga, who worked on the other side of the Capitol for 32 years. Terrific commissioners. It's welcome that we have a full complement. As is customary, I want to say that I'm speaking for myself. I don't speak on behalf of the fellow commissioners or the staff in this hearing. I'd like to start by just discussing 2 key years in policymaking a while back, 1933, 1934. I think it was when Chair Fletcher sat in this seat, Chair Brown, if I recall my history right. But it was in the middle of the Great Depression, and President Roosevelt and Congress addressed the crisis through a number of landmark reforms. And among them, Congress and FDR came together to craft the first 2 federal securities laws. 1933, President Roosevelt also suspended the use of the gold standard. In other words, in those 2 critical years, one could say that we replaced one gold standard with, I'd like to say, another, the securities laws. I really do believe the core principles of the securities markets have contributed to America's economic success and geopolitical standing. There was a basic bargain in there that investors get to decide on what risks they want to take, but there is a cop on the beat in securities laws where there was full, fair, and truthful disclosure. As we execute our mission to protect investors, maintain fair and orderly efficient markets, and facilitate capital formation, we cannot take the leadership for granted, though. Even gold medalists, especially gold medalists, constantly trained to stay ahead of the competition. And I do thank Senator Kennedy and Van Hollen to help us a little bit with this issue with China. We must remain vigilant to opportunities to drive greater efficiency, integrity, resiliency across our remit. First, markets work best when they are efficient. Now, what does that mean? That means that there's competition, there's transparency in the middle of the market. When we lower the cost in the middle, that means issuers have lower cost to raise money and investors get better returns. So we've done a lot, but we have not updated our national market system, our equity system, in 17 years. Imagine if you had in your pocket a phone that was 17 years old. You'd think, oh my God, maybe I should update that phone. Technology moves fast. We're also looking at the efficiency of our treasury market and, yes, our private funds market. Issuers and investors also would benefit from greater competition because it lowers the cost of capital, as I said. Second, our system works best when there's integrity in the market. And hence, we have rule proposals to bring greater integrity into the market around special purpose acquisition companies, the insiders, trading plans, and so forth. But another area is crypto, as Ranking Member Toomey raised. Of the nearly 10,000 tokens in the crypto market, I do believe that the vast majority are securities. Offers and sales of these securities tokens are covered by the securities laws. And given that, as the Ranking Member quoted me as saying, it follows that many crypto intermediaries are transacting in securities and have to register with the SEC in some capacity. I would note when Chair Fletcher was in that seat, there was not central electronic clearing, and you could actually exchange the security person to person in a paper form. Thus, staff is working with market participants to help ensure investors get time-tested protections in the market. In that work, and any work that Congress does, I do think we have to make sure that we don't inadvertently undermine the securities laws underlying a $100 trillion capital market. We can't. That's the sort of mother lode. That's our capital markets. Crypto is 1/100th that size. Third, markets work best when they're resilient, both in normal times and stress. We've seen those stresses in 2008 and 2020. History tells us no doubt we'll have stresses again in the future. That's just the nature of economics and finance. Thus, we have a number of projects on resiliency. This includes shortening the settlement cycle. This includes the work we're doing in the treasury markets. It includes the work we're doing around money market funds and open-end funds and cybersecurity. In all our work, we are anchored by the laws Congress passed, the court's interpretation of those laws, economic analysis, and public input. And as the commission, we benefit greatly from public input, including from Congress and this committee members. And I stand ready to meet with any of you one-on-one, nearly any time you want. We benefit from that feedback. Our capital markets are the gold standard. Let's do everything we can to keep them that way. I thank you. I look forward to questions.
Thank you, Chair Gensler. And I think that what you said, and I've heard you say this before in smaller groups, publicly, bigger groups, that we can't allow the crypto market to undermine the $100 trillion capital market. That's fundamentally our job here. Consumer protections,
It
all
already
that.
has.
Fundamentally, that is our job in the Banking, Housing, Urban Affairs Committee, and that is yours. You've made improving transparency and corporate disclosures a priority in addition to the climate risk disclosures, enhanced stock buyback information I mentioned earlier. The Commission is addressing cybersecurity risks, improving visibility, if you will, into concentrated ownership of stocks. Discuss briefly why it's critical that we improve these types of disclosures for disclosure for investments, large and small investors, and for how markets operate.
I would say there's two core things, and it goes back to our founding. One was this basic bargain that investors get to decide as long as they get the full and fair disclosure, material disclosures, but full and fair disclosures, and they get to decide, and you can't defraud them and mislead them. That lowers the cost of capital, actually, because then there's trust in the market. The second thing that transparency does is
Do you guys
it
trust the
helps
market?
promote competition in the markets. And competition, that's the nature of things. It promotes our economies as well. And that competition amongst intermediaries, amongst people trying to raise money from the public. And so I'd say those are the two things, not to mention also market integrity.
Thank you. I've noticed today, I commented, and Senator Toomey has confirmed this, that We've seen, we will see an unusually high turnout of Republicans for this hearing today. I think that the turnout of Republicans, many of whom against all evidence, many Republican senators, many of whom against all evidence are climate deniers, will, I would assume, ask you questions about that. But let me go with that. On climate risk disclosure, specifically discuss why your agency is proposing, what you're proposing is not, quote, making climate policy, but rather how improving disclosure helps all investors.
Well, it's because that right now, hundreds of companies and investors representing not trillions, but tens of trillions of dollars of assets under management are in this conversation already. Investors get to decide. We're not a merit regulator. Some people think we might be. We're not. We're a disclosure-based regulator. But investors today want to know about climate risk because it matters to the future path of the performance, financial and other performance. What are customers going to do? What is the supply chain going to do? What might happen around the globe? Because our U.S. issuers are operating in many jurisdictions around the globe. So it really does go back into when I buy or sell a stock or vote a proxy, climate risk matters to those investors. We have a role to help bring some consistency to those disclosures that are already happening.
You're clearly saying you are not a merit regulator, but a disclosure regulator is really important here. And I hope my colleagues remember that you said that and think that through as they ask their questions. Let me ask for crypto in the last minute and a half. The crypto markets touch securities and banking and commodities laws. My colleagues developed legislation, as you know, that would give the CFTC jurisdiction over part of the crypto market. Remind us why it's important. I'll ask two questions together so you can take the last minute and a half. Remind us why it's important for financial regulators to coordinate oversight to make sure that gaps or loopholes don't exist. And just would you agree to continue to work with our committee, the CFTC, and the banking regulators to make sure we get this right?
I do commit to that. Let me just say, when I say that it's important to protect and ensure that the $100 trillion securities market works, it's because that's the heart of how we price risk in our financial markets and how investors save. And this committee and the House Financial Services Committee oversees that and wrote into law that there was one cop on the beat and one regulator. The definition of security should be, I think, kind of the exclusive remit of these two committees. You know, I'm looking
This is the
across
market
the
he's
aisle,
talking
and the
about.
agency that you set up. If we end up with that there's multiple federal agencies defining what a security is, and another agency tries to define it, it could undermine what we're doing as to when is a treasury security a security, when is something else in the equity markets or elsewhere a security. To your question about working together, we work together with the other federal financial regulators. We just yesterday announced something in the treasury markets that we worked hand in glove with the Treasury and the Federal Reserve. We, with the CFTC, I was honored to chair that agency. I love the agency, the CFTC. I love the SEC. It's like my three daughters. But I do want to say that we worked closely with the CFTC with regard to a recent rule that we put out. And there are many parties in the markets that are dual registrants. We have dual broker-dealer registrants. They're registered with the CFTC and us. So as well on the fund advisory side. If Congress moved forward to give the CFTC greater authority, let's say over Bitcoin, then we'd of course work together, but we've already worked together dually on a number of enforcement actions in the crypto space.
Thank you. One brief statement. Your testimony mentioned the Enforcement Division shrank by 5% over the last 5 years. Yet despite that, the SEC has pursued new cases in crypto focused on fraud and misconduct for financial professionals and securing admissions of guilt. That doesn't happen often enough. I thank you for doing that. Ranking Member Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Gensler, in your written statement, you acknowledged, as you have in the past, that there are some tokens that are not securities. And I know your view that whether or not a digital asset is a security is a facts and circumstances analysis. I know your view that the SEC has very broad authority. But you've also made it clear in the past that Bitcoin is not a security. Now, some SEC staff have also previously said that Ethereum is not a security. The SEC's Dow report characterizes Ethereum as decentralized. So here's my question briefly, and without getting deep into the weeds on this, and I acknowledge your belief that most tokens have a large degree of central control, but generally speaking, is it fair to say that a significant factor for you in whether or not a digital asset is a security is whether it is centrally controlled or decentralized?
Well, I look to the Supreme Court that's often written about this, probably close to a dozen times in 50 years, and it's whether the investing public is anticipating profits, and that includes anticipating profits from appreciation as well as from, as you mentioned, rights, based upon a common enterprise, but
Right.
the efforts of that common enterprise.
Right. So I guess another way to put my question, which you haven't answered, is it possible to have a common enterprise if it's something is decentralized? How could I have a common enterprise? I mean, it doesn't isn't centralization necessary to constitute a common enterprise?
You could have some things that are quite open, but still have, if the public is anticipating a profit based upon that common enterprise. So I'm being careful with my words here to be accurate as best I can. The common enterprise, are you relying on a group of individuals? And look, these are not laundromat tokens. There is a group of people that are actually...
You're not answering my question, though. But so let me try it this way.
Toomey is killing this guy.
What is it about Bitcoin that causes you to conclude it is not a security?
Well, one is there's no group of individuals in the middle.
Right, it's
there's
decentralized.
No group of individuals in the
Toomey
middle.
is killing this
that
guy.
are basically, and you're not, in essence, the investing public's not betting on somebody in the middle or six people in the middle.
So you're choosing not to use the term decentralized, but that's what you're describing. It is the decentralized nature of Bitcoin, I think, is really what you're getting at. Here's my point, and I'm going to run out of time here, but
His neck is on the guillotine.
there are a lot
right
of
now.
projects, as you know, decentralization and centralization occurs on a continuum, really, I think. And you've acknowledged that there are tokens, plural, that are not securities. I think it's because of this centralization that you come to this conclusion. And my point is, it is not reasonable to fail to provide clarity, to provide the definition of exactly where on this continuum you have a sufficient common enterprise that it qualifies as a security and where you don't. You've said Bitcoin doesn't. Some of your colleagues have said Ethereum doesn't. But a reasonable developer who wants to comply with this doesn't know where that line is drawn.
So I think where we might have a difference is there are many factors, and so it's not one spectrum of centralization versus decentralization. What the Supreme Court, and I try to stick to, they're the Supreme Court, and there'll be debates about other laws. I try to stick to what they say, a common enterprise. I think about a group of individuals in the middle. That developer is in the middle, and the investing public's betting on them, counting on them, even if the token might be on 1,000 computers. That's not what the Supreme Court's looking at. It's not about the token being on 1,000 computers. It's just like a group of developers in the middle.
But if there is nobody controlling it in the middle, that's what we call decentralized, and that does happen. As you know, of course, the Howey test requires all four of the tests to be met in order for something to be defined as a security. Let me move on to another related issue, which is, as I said in my opening statement, I don't think that the SEC has provided a crypto-specific roadmap to the registration of crypto intermediaries. One example of the problem that arises is the SEC's customer protection rule was written in 1972 and doesn't address how a broker-dealer should hold a customer's blockchain private keys, for instance. Now, I know the SEC claims to have provided relief, but the relief has very onerous contingencies. It's time-limited, and my understanding is few, if any, broker-dealers have been able to comply. So I know you've said many times you want to have the industry, the intermediaries, come in and have a conversation with the SEC about this. But wouldn't it be better if the SEC came out and laid out how you would apply the rules and regulations to these novel devices?
So we're in conversations with a number of these intermediaries across the exchange, the lending, the broker-dealer, the custody space. As I've said a year ago, in the lending space, people should make no mistake. And I think it sounds like, Senator, you and I might even agree that the lending platforms are under
Right.
the securities laws.
Right.
But in the exchange space and the broker-dealer space, I accept that people have not come in and used what was put in place under Chair Clayton, that broker-dealer custody rule that you mentioned. And so I've said to staff, let's use everything in our regulatory toolkit, whether it's exemptive orders and others, to help facilitate and get this industry. People will not have trust in this space unless it comes into investor protection.
So I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman. So I would just say my concern is that the approach you're taking with these one-off discussions, if it did even result in an opportunity to comply, it'd be this idiosyncratic exemptive order negotiated with a single company. And that's not a good way to pass rules. It ought to be through the APA and a very public process.
If the chair would forgive me, I think we've been very clear through 70 or 80 actions, starting with that Dow order, the Munchie order, and many others, and they were full votes of the commission, they're not just staff. Secondly, I just look at other times in the history, the SEC and the asset-backed securities market took 10 or 11 years where they did these, as you would say, exemptive orders or relief to individual issuers, and did a roll at the end of that 10 or 11 years based upon all that experience. So we actually believe it's worthwhile to talk to the industry, talk to the market participants, and get them registered.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Tester of Montana is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you, Chairman Gensler, for being here as always. Recently, I led a group of my colleagues writing to you about your process for a significant number of proposals that the SEC has been working on over the last year. I would think that you would agree that it is important that there is sufficient opportunity for stakeholder input and feedback. One of those proposals that I've been hearing about is the enhancement and the standardization of climate-related disclosures for investors. You probably know that I'm a farmer. This is my wife and I's 45th harvest, as a matter of fact. And as a working farmer, I can tell you that I can understand the importance of considering the impacts of climate change. This year was our second worst harvest due to drought. Last year, due to extreme weather conditions, was our worst harvest. So climate change is real, and it appears like it ain't going away. So we've got some issues to deal with. I also know, though, that access to capital and markets to sell our product and to produce our product is really important. And I can tell you I understand the burden of reporting information. I get surveys nearly every day about what I'm doing as a farmer. This week, there were a number of farm groups that were in that I visited with virtually and in person, a number of banks, and they were concerned about this rule. So from an egg production agriculture standpoint, as you also know, I don't have a lot of options as a farmer. I tell folks when I wake up in the morning and throw a couple 100 gallons of diesel fuel on the tractor, it's not like I've got an electric tractor in the garage that I can use. So I'm pretty well locked into fuel, diesel fuel, carbon-based fuel at this moment in time. So under this rule, what responsibility would folks in production agriculture, specifically Montana farmers, have for disclosing their emissions?
I thank you for that question. Presuming that those
He's shook.
farmers are not public company, they don't come under the rule. But we have heard from various farm bureaus, and of course the American Farm Bureau Federation, Zippy Duval and I have talked about this, and maybe other members probably know Zippy. And public companies would have an obligation under the proposal with regard to greenhouse gas emissions, their own emissions, and then we say in the rule that they estimate their supply chain emissions if it's material. So it's got a materiality catch, but it's just that they estimate, and we've heard some folks in the farm.
They estimate until they get in trouble.
Community.
Community, thank you. the farm community that they're concerned. And so we're taking a very close look at that amongst our 14,000 other comments on this.
So let me give you a scenario. Markets are really important. I like to direct market as much as I can, but not much is direct marketed off of my farm, okay? I sell to publicly owned companies, okay? Let's just take wheat, for example. I sell wheat to a publicly owned company, and they start doing their assessment on climate impacts, which I certainly don't have a problem with, by the way. What am I, as a farmer who sold them grain, for example, or you could say cattle, or pick a commodity. If the company says to me, look, if you're going to do business with me, I got to have all this information, what are my recourses?
What we put out, and again, we got some very good comments, and we're working through this.
He's on the guillotine.
Is that public company you sell to does not have any obligation to ask you specifically. They either need to estimate, or if they don't have an estimate, just discuss how they're managing that scope 3. But I would say this is what the public comment process is about. We've heard from 14,000 other people, but particularly in the farm community, and how we sort of address this to lower the cost, because the intent, Senator, is not that whether it's the farm community or other community, if they're not public companies, they're not under this rule.
I've got it, but my concern, as I indicated with my previous statement, is we sell to public companies. I mean, the vast majority of the product that's sold is to a public company. And if the public, and I just bring this to your attention, and I don't want to repeat myself, but if the public company says, hey, we need you, John Tester, T-Bone Farms, to tell us how much fuel you used, how much fertilizer you used, what your inputs were, and all that, it becomes an issue. It becomes an issue, especially for the little guy who's, out there running a tractor or fixing that tractor
let's
and
crush the
doesn't have a
middle
lot
class,
of time to sit in
guys.
the house behind a computer.
Thanks, left.
And I'll say two things. One is that's not the intent of what we did, particularly how we did it with the safe harbor and only estimates. But two, that's the benefit of public comment. That's why this helps us. And of course, we'll put this hearing in the public record, in our public record as well.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Tester. Senator Tillis from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to try and fulfill your expectation that some Republicans are going to bellyache during this hearing.
Thrilled you listened to my opening statement.
I did, and I also listened to Senator Toomey's. I've been watching this in my office, and want to get back to something that Senator Toomey mentioned. We've sent a oversight request several months ago. I think a follow-up on July the 21st, and looking for a written response to our oversight request. So, Chairman Gensler, I know your office in the initial response provided a one-page response that suggested that we meet with staff. I'm kind of curious when we could expect a specific written response to the oversight request that Republicans have sent you.
Sir, we do stand ready to, as staff, to meet with your staff to walk through the process that we have on any role. We put out to the public in that release was in hundreds of pages, our economic analysis and the rationale and reasons for
I think
that.
about 500 pages long.
That is correct. That is correct. And we stand ready again to meet and walk through that process with you.
Then I guess maybe we can just get a commitment. There may be other members who are interested, but absent a written response, getting a commitment from you to meet so that we can go through and get the answers to the specific questions we had in the oversight request.
We stand ready to have staff meet to go through and generally talk about the process. I mean, I want to be careful because it's really about to talk about and try to address the questions that you have and the concerns. But again, this rule is rooted in decades of law, and it's about a conversation that's already going on between public companies and their investors. And investors, I think, would benefit if we can bring some consistency to this fragmented disclosure that's happening now.
We're we may follow up with staff, but we're going to continue. First, again, congratulations on your confirmation, but we're going to continue to press on answers to some of the specific questions. But thank you for that. The U.S. Treasury market
Congratulations
is the
if you got
single
that
most
tonight.
important market in the world. Do you agree with that?
It's the base upon which the rest of our capital markets is.
It does a lot. It's important in monetary policy. It's important in protecting retirement savings for U.S. workers. We can run down a long list. I think your recent SEC proposal could inadvertently curtail involvement and liquidity in the Treasury market. I'm kind of curious, did the Commission really intend to require customers to register as dealers?
We put out a proposal earlier this year based on a 1986 law about dealer registration.
Yeah.
And
My understanding is the proposal would classify any firm as a dealer if it transacts more than a specified amount per month. Is that true?
There was two prongs, but yes, it had over $25 billion a month.
So how would a pension fund that frequently transacts in the Treasury market and exceeds the trading threshold set by the Commission in order to protect the retirement savings of its members be considered a dealer under any common sense interpretation?
It's about whether you hold yourself out the statutory definition is about holding yourself out regularly and transacting in a marketplace. There is not, by the way, that number, and we go through this economics in the proposal, would not cover pension funds as we know it today.
So the nature of the trading would matter too?
So it's the size and scale of the Treasury market, as large as they are. It's also that their pension funds aren't trading at those types of level that you mentioned.
Where I've got a series of other questions, but it would take me probably longer to ask it than I have time remaining. So we will be submitting several questions for the record. And again, I want to go back to the oversight request. We need to kind of figure out how we can get the specific answers to the question. I'm happy to have my staff meet with you, but we would also like to get a formal written response to the request that we've now requested a response in writing. A discussion's good, but we'll continue to press for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Menendez, New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Gensler, the last time you came before the committee, I asked you to move expeditiously to adopt the Asset Management Advisory Committee's recommendations on diversity. And last October, 22 senators, including 9 members of this committee, sent you a letter supporting the recommendations and asking for immediate approval. Can you give us an update on the status of adopting these recommendations?
So I thank you, Senator. We've looked at, there was 4 recommendations, and there's some subpoints in those recommendations, and we've working, and I think we've informed your staff about this with regard to 2 important ones in there. One is a recommendation around guidance, staff guidance on how asset managers are selected and whether their years of service or their assets under management could be need to be taken into consideration or not. And another one is with regard to EEO complaints and how those complaints are shared with other agencies and like. And I think we've made some good progress on those 2. I feel that the staff will probably shortly be putting out that guidance. And we continue to look at the other 2 matters.
Well, look, I appreciate that you're giving some of these recommendations serious attention. But at the same time, I must say I'm disappointed. In so many other areas, the SEC under your leadership has taken bold steps to protect consumers, to strengthen oversight of markets, such as your proposed climate risk disclosure rule. However, when presented with AMAC's non-controversial, unanimous recommendations that would promote diversity in the asset management field, you haven't been as aggressive. So can you commit to make concrete progress on these recommendations by the end of the year?
So, Senator, I take very seriously how important diversity, inclusion equity is important broadly in our society, but to the SEC as an agency. Our senior leadership is probably the most diverse and inclusive that we've ever been as an agency. We continue to lean in to try to make sure that our agency, everybody can bring their best self to work and work, and that we get the benefit of the talent across this great nation. And in terms of policy, it's held up in court right now. But last year, a self-regulatory organization, NASDAQ, put in place a listing requirement with regard to their boards of directors and diversity, and that was their decision, not ours. It predated me, but we approved that. And on these 4 committee recommendations, as I said, I think we've made some pretty good progress on 2 of them. I think that guidance will be out in the near term, and we continue to work on the others.
Well, I'd like to highlight one of AMAC's recommendations that I think would be particularly impactful. The AMAC recommended that the SEC require enhanced disclosure by investment companies and investment advisors regarding diversity within their workforce and leadership. You and I have spoken about the importance of leadership diversity at your confirmation hearing. I just heard your comments now. I think that disclosures about diversity are incredibly important, which is why I introduced the Improving Corporate Governance Through Diversity Act. Do you agree that enhancing diversity disclosures for advisory firms, investment company boards, and consultants would empower investors and fund managers to make more informed decisions?
Again, as I said, I think that we benefit in our organization at the SEC and in our great nation by tapping into the talents across this our diverse nation, and we're continue to look at this recommendation of AMAC with regard to disclosures.
Well, one of the key findings of the AMAC study is that, and for my colleagues, AMAC is an advisory board that is created, under the I believe it's the SEC. So one of their findings is that, quote, investment performance by diverse asset managers is equal to or greater than the investment performance of firms that lack diversity in ownership and senior leadership, despite differences in size and length of track record. And that's why they recommended that the SEC issue guidance clarifying that fulfillment of fiduciary duty does not require automatic exclusion of asset managers who are new to the industry or do not meet a certain threshold of assets under management. In your view, is it necessary for fiduciaries to automatically exclude newer or smaller asset managers in order to fulfill their duty?
Senator, on the guidance, I share that view, I think, that you just said, and I think that's the guidance that the staff is working on to put out. And you're right, the AMAC is a federal advisory committee. It's under the FACA committee laws.
Let me close by saying, fundamentally, using the excuse of fiduciary duty to exclude women and minority-led firms runs contrary to the actual data. AMAC's study, along with a host of other studies by McKinsey, for example, and others, have repeatedly shown that diversely led firms outperform their non-diverse counterparts. And so, given this data, I think that we can agree that new or smaller asset managers being automatically excluded under the guise of fiduciary duty is actually not helping investors, it's harming them. And so that's why I've been pressing on these issues. We'll continue to work with you. We hope to have a robust response by the commission. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Kennedy from Louisiana is recognized.
All right, I got to relabel the video again.
Thank you, Mr.
It's a
Chairman,
bipartisan
for being
slaughter.
here today. I want to also thank you for you and your colleagues' good work on implementing the Holding Foreign Companies Accountable Act. Can you give us a quick overview about where we are? China, I understand, has come to the negotiating table and you've negotiated a statement of protocol. Could you give us an update on the status of your good efforts?
Yes, and again, I want to thank you because Senator Van Hollen just came in and you shepherded that through. And I think that the Holding Foreign Companies Accountable Act gave us the additional leverage to work with Chair Williams down at the PCOB, and we had numerous meetings with the Chinese. We said to the Chinese last August, a year plus ago, that we wouldn't be willing to send the inspectors over to China to look at the audit work papers and the like, unless we could get a very detailed, prescriptive statement of protocol to effectuate the will of Congress. And at its core, it's that how can you trust the numbers in these Chinese companies unless there's somebody in the U.S. who's auditing the auditor, so to speak, technically inspecting and investigating.
They're going to audit.
They did sign that. We thought it was important to get that signed. The PCOB is sending inspectors over. I think they're on flights tomorrow because I think it starts Monday the 19th. And it takes about 8 to 10 weeks to get through. So we'll probably know somewhere around Thanksgiving or early December. And I don't know if the Chinese are going to comply. They've told me. I mean, the Ministry of Finance have told me directly on WebEx calls, and the China Securities Regulatory Commission said they will comply, and it's pretty clear. No redactions in the work papers. Take testimony from whomever the PCOB needs to take testimony from. They can onward share the information to us, and they can pick whichever companies they want to look at.
I'm not sure they'll comply either, but they move further toward compliance than at any point in the past. Senator Van Hollen and I have a bill that's passed the Senate, as you know, being considered by the House to move the deadline from 3 years to 2 years, with respect to which, if they don't comply, we tell them to leave our exchanges, and I think that might help if we can get that passed, and I appreciate your good efforts there. In my last 2 minutes, I wanted to shift gears on the climate risk disclosure, and I don't mean to be critical. I'm trying to understand, because I thought Senator Tester raised some very good questions. What's your best guess of the cost of compliance with your climate risk disclosure rules?
So, one, I do support your accelerating Holding Foreign Companies Accountable Act to 2 years versus 3, because I think it will continue to have the right leverage, even if the Chinese authorities, the Chinese regulators allow for compliance this
on all
year.
Your snipes, guys.
What about next year? What about next year? So I do support that.
Thank you.
In terms of the climate role, we lay out in this proposal all the economic analysis, and I don't mean to speak for the numbers in that, but by company.
What's your best guess, if you could? I'm sorry to interrupt you, Gary, but I've only got a minute left. What's your best guess?
He's not answering his question. He's avoiding it on purpose.
To comply.
So per company, we lay that out, and depending on the size, and I just don't want to
avoiding
misspeak.
the question.
It's, from a couple 100,000 to, I
What's
apologize,
the total,
$1 billion.
though?
And the total cost, I think Senator Toomey accurately quoted it. You weren't maybe in the room. It's measured in the single-digit billions across the entire economy.
And loving reality.
But what we benefit from is also people are coming in and giving us critical analysis of whether we're accurate.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to run out of time. Here's my question. It'll cost billions of dollars to comply. Those are scarce resources to the extent that people like Senator Tester have to spend the money to comply. They can't spend the money on something else.
I'm not cool at all. I'm just a realist.
Presumably, the purpose of the rule is to focus investors' attention on the risk of climate change so that they will demand that companies do a better job. The purpose of which is to lower the world's temperatures. Am I okay?
No, actually, but that's not the purpose. The purpose, I mean, I can speak for the 5-member commission, but also for myself. we're not a merit regulator. So the purpose actually is not to do what you said.
I got
It's just,
you, but
it's
I
just
think-
for investors
I
to get
think-
the
I think-
information.
I think the people supporting the rule, that's their intention.
That's not why I support it.
Okay, fair enough, but I think that's what most people expect. You put pressure on the companies to disclose, shareholders put pressure, people do better job. But I'd
Gary
like to see
Gensler
what
getting
you're
slaughtered.
asking Senator
That's what we're
Tester and
listening
the
to.
other people to estimate. I would like to see some sort of estimate of how much all this money spent on compliance is going to lower world temperatures. I mean, we're spending, I believe in clean air and bright water. I want to be able to eat and live indoors. But what bothers me is while we're spending these trillions of dollars of scarce resources, India and China gets 60% of its energy from coal. China has 3,500 coal fueled power plants. We've got less than 100. We don't have any kind of agreement with India or China for them to reduce emissions.
Our
So we
infrastructure is
spend all
fucked.
of this money and world temperatures are not reduced. And you give me your
Chair
thoughts?
Gensler, answer the question briefly. And Thank you.
The good news is that's not what our authorities are and or what motivates this one commissioner. It's about actually helping investors get more consistent information, even if they want to invest in what might be brown assets rather than green assets. They will get more consistent information and will probably lower some of the greenwashing that's out there and other things like that.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Senator Kennedy. Senator Van Hollen of Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and great to see you, Mr. Chairman. Great to see an SEC chairman from the great state of Maryland.
It's great to see my senator.
Yeah, right. Let me just pick up on the first point that Senator Kennedy raised in terms of implementation of the holding foreign countries accountable.
I don't swing
I
that
just
way,
want
but
to
thanks, bud.
thank you and your team for pursuing that. I also agree we should shorten the time period to 2 years, and I want to thank Senator Kennedy for his work on this. The idea, of course, was to make sure we protect American investors, especially smaller investors, by ensuring that all companies listed on our exchanges comply with our accounting rules. And I know you had very tough negotiations with China. Thank you for keeping us informed. The ultimate proof is in the pudding, right? Their execution of it. But I do want to salute you and your team for all your efforts to date on that. I also want to thank you for moving ahead on a rulemaking to crack down on abuses of 10b5-1 trading plans by insiders. At the beginning of this Congress, Senator Fisher and I introduced legislation directing the SEC to undertake such a rulemaking. You did it, and we are monitoring that carefully. I don't know if you saw the Wall Street Journal article back in June, which I think, along with other studies, revealed clear abuses by insiders in these areas. And of course, when insiders benefit, it means the investors lose often because sometimes these are gamed to take the gains before the overall value of a company decreases, stock value. So I want to thank you for that, and we're monitoring that. I also want to thank you and your team for recognizing the real issue of fraudulent scams, security scams, often directed against seniors. These amount to up to $3 billion every year. And we have a bipartisan bill here that I know the chairman and the ranking member are probably tired of hearing of, but I appreciate their I think, support for the bill, which is to empower states to better crack down on this fraud by creating a grant, federal grant through the SEC to help them out. And we've heard testimony on behalf of state insurance commissioners and state securities commissioners strongly indicating their support. So you recognize this is a big problem that we should deal with, do you not?
Oh, I do. I think that fraud in, as you said, in the elder community, or sometimes it's affinity-based fraud, we see all too much of it at the SEC in our weekly enforcement meetings.
I'm sure you do, and that we want to pass this legislation just to better fortify states to crack down on this kind of fraud. We're working with you on the ticker legislation as well, Senator Scott from Florida and I want to ask you about something you and I have spoken about before, which is country-by-country reporting disclosures by big multinational corporations. We're seeing jurisdictions around the world, including the EU and now Australia, move toward increased disclosure requirements for large multinational corporations to disclose the countries in which they book profits and pay taxes as a way to mitigate tax risk to investors. We have a changing international tax environment, and clearly companies that have put a lot of eggs in putting their profits in sketchy tax havens, their investors are at risk. And that's why we believe, as part of providing investors with necessary information, we should provide country-by-country disclosures. I was pleased to see the SEC take steps to protect investors' interest in May by allowing them to put forward a proposal at Amazon's shareholder meeting that would ask the company to disclose its country-by-country reporting. So my question, Mr. Chairman, is in this rapidly changing international cooperation tax landscape, can you look at this question about whether new investor disclosures are needed in this area?
So, Senator, I thank you, and we are looking at it, and as I discussed with you when we got together on the phone, the Financial Accounting Standards Board, and we sometimes, let them know, and I want to say publicly here, I support the Financial Accounting Standards Board's project around breaking out and disaggregating tax reporting for public companies. I believe that, I don't want to speak for them, but in the next handful of months, they're going to go forward, and it breaks out, I don't think every country, but I think the top, couple of handfuls of countries.
I never said that.
And then they'll, sort of promulgate that, get public feedback.
Could be true, but I never said that.
I think that it would be a productive approach to have such disaggregation that FASB is considering right now and has an active project on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I may have some questions to submit for the record, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Milhouse. Senator Cortez Masto from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you. Chairman Gensler, it's good to see you. Thank
Good to
you
see
for
you.
being here. Let me talk a little bit about crypto regulation.
I want to listen to this,
under your
though, to be
tenure.
quite honest.
The
Give me-
SEC has
so
pursued enforcement
hold on a
actions
minute.
against crypto asset insurers.
Colucci is
However,
is
few
about
cases
to
have been
end up
brought
in jail,
against
to
the
be quite honest,
exchanges. And crypto assets are, as we
In
know,
my opinion,
traded primarily through the exchanges. The SEC has proposed that intermediaries should be regulated under the Exchange Act. So could you address this? Why should crypto asset intermediaries and exchanges be regulated under the Exchange Act? And if you would, how would investors and market participants benefit from regulating crypto assets under the Exchange Act?
So I thank you. It's actually fairly straightforward because of these 10,000 crypto tokens, without prejudging any one of them, I believe that the vast majority are securities because there's somebody in the public is betting on a better future, betting on anticipating profits on a common enterprise, a group of entrepreneurs in the middle. And then given that, these intermediaries that often have 50 or 500 tokens or 150 tokens, they're going to have a bunch of securities on that platform. How does it benefit the public? It's the time-tested protections that these crypto exchanges, we protect against front-running and manipulation, and there's transparency. As you go into the New York Stock Exchange or into NASDAQ or the like, this committee's worked on laws long ago. I complimented Chair Fletcher, who was here in 1934 and did it, but long ago for that very reason, the public benefits. Right now, frankly, there's a fair amount of non-compliance. Mm-hmm. And so we're going to continue to try to work with the intermediaries, get them inside and regulated. If need be, use our toolkit, our regulatory toolkit to adjust and facilitate, because there are some differences, as Senator Toomey and I talked about earlier.
Would you be able to, through the enforcement, also identify potential money laundering activity?
It's more the remit of the Department of Treasury. However,
This guy-
one of
he's
the
so-
key
oh
things
my-
under,
his head is on the
as I
chopping
understand the
block.
money laundering laws, the SEC has a role that our registrants, the exchanges, the broker-dealers, have certain compliance obligations over with Financial Crimes Enforcement Network at Treasury once they register, or whether they should register. And I believe it's even if they don't register, but they're legally required to, they have to comply with that.
Thank you. Excuse me, let me jump back to, because I do think Senator Kennedy, and I appreciate his willingness to explore, to understand the issue of ESG and the requirement. My understanding, and thank you for your position and how you perceive that regulation, but because now we have a whole new generation of investors that are really conscious about green and going green, there are new investors now that are looking for ways to invest to be consistent with their values in this role, correct?
There are also investors that are just thinking, because of climate risk, it could affect the financial performance of a company. It could affect their supply chain. It could affect their competition. It could affect future regulation. So they're thinking about how to value today that future transition risk.
Thank you. And then there was also conversation, and I appreciate this as well, about the issue of greenwashing. And I know some major global asset managers and climate advocates have stated that the ESG integration label could pose greenwashing risk. Can you talk a little bit about that and address that?
So there are asset managers managing trillions of dollars that are saying to the public, we will invest your money, your money in something that's carbon neutral or green and the like. And so to me, it's about truth in advertising. And so we put out some proposals earlier this year to address what stands behind a name, literally the name of a fund, and are you living up to the obligations that you made or commitments you made to your investors when you asked for their money. And I think that's really important about the integrity, and it would address some of this, what's sometimes called greenwashing.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Senator Cortez Masto. Senator Rounds from South Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I was going to start out today visiting a little bit about farmers and ranchers, but I understand that Senator Tester beat me to it. And I think the fact that we really do have a concern about the ambiguities that some of our farmers and ranchers have right now with what they're going to be expected to try to share with providers of products to them with regard to downstream environmental impacts really is of concern. And the ambiguity at which it's been left with what can be guesstimates and so forth is something that I really think you need to take a second look at.
Senator, I concur with you. As we talked in the ante room earlier, we thought the proposal had the right balance because we said it's only an estimate. It's only public companies. It's only if it's material or they made a commitment to it, and they have a big safe harbor. But we heard a lot from the farm bureaus, and so we're taking, that's what we do. We take a look of all the public comments and see how we can ensure that it doesn't touch those private actors.
And that's precisely what I really wanted to talk about it's one thing with the rules. It's another thing when there is an expectation that once the rules have been established, if they're really ambiguous, then that means that each time they have to come back to a regulator to ask whether or not what they're doing is accurate or not. And I think, and that causes some serious concerns for people that want to invest. So I just simply say, look, I mean, if you're making rules on these, and clearly you are making rules, a lot of them, let's be as precise as we can in them. And I think that'll eliminate a lot of the questions that are coming up, sir. Let me go into just a couple of items very quickly here. At a speech that you delivered last week, you quoted Joseph Kennedy saying, "No honest business should fear the SEC." You went on to say that given the nature of crypto investments, I recognize that it may be appropriate to be flexible in applying existing disclosure requirements.
Please say something that's
Matt Levine openly questioned that sentiment on a column for Bloomberg, stating the SEC has been suing crypto projects for illegally issuing securities for about 5 years now.
Yes.
But put in that time, it has not issued any rules or proposed any rules or put anything on its rulemaking
That's
agenda
completely implying
about adapting
or
the
XRP.
securities and disclosure rules for crypto projects. I echo Mr. Levine's comments. It seems to me that you want to regulate an entire marketplace, but clearly it doesn't appear that you've got rules in place to do so at this time. In my mind, this is simply unacceptable. And I know that your background in the private sector is you've got a great history in the private sector. So this is kind of confusing to us. I've heard from a variety of companies who claim they try to work with you and with your organization, but then you turn around and then you've hit them with some pretty heavy enforcement actions or slow walk the process. Mr. Chairman, you keep telling crypto entrepreneurs and the companies to come in and to register. Has anyone actually tried to do that?
To answer your question, there's 6 companies that are actually registered under the disclosure regimes. I would say this, not liking the answer from the SEC doesn't mean there isn't guidance, just with all fairness. And most of these tokens, a vast majority, are securities, and thus the intermediaries are likely to be in non-compliance with securities laws right now. So we're really trying to work with them. We're talking to a wide swath of these organizations right now to get them properly registered, to get them inside the remit. And this is what we do. With all respect to Mr. Levine, we've been pretty clear. My predecessor, Chair Clayton, was through commission actions and in his public voice in front of this committee and others about this matter. And we're going to continue to protect the public as best we can.
Thank you. As of August 2022, the SEC had proposed 32 new rules in just 11 months and is preparing at least another 19 for release in the next year. These are complex rulemakings that will greatly impact markets and capital formation. In addition to that, these rules are being implemented in an overlapping timeline and affect the same or interconnected financial products and market sectors. However, despite the linkages between the various proposals, the SEC has assessed the economic impact of each rule independently and in isolation from the others. Implementing these proposals simultaneously without consideration of the cumulative and cross-sector effects will most certainly lead to unintended consequences. Mr. Chairman, why has the SEC not considered the cumulative and the cross-sector effects when simultaneously implementing these proposals that most certainly could lead to negative and unintended consequences for our capital markets and broader economy?
Senator, we actually do consider cross, even within any one of the 30, it's actually as of yesterday, 34 to bring you up to date.
Moving along.
Moving along. I would note that Chair Clayton, during his 4 years, did a little over 60 final rules. We have about 50 on our docket. So and Chair Shapiro and Chair White were about the same, 40 to 60 range during their 4 years. We might have been a little sooner getting them out to proposals. But we do consider those cross issues. And sometimes we even reopen proposals for that reason, like we did with stock lending and stock buyback. And we reopened because there was this cross consideration. We've done it in some other areas. We're even looking now whether we should do that in some areas and reopen some for that cross consideration. But lastly, I would say we get comment letters after the comment period as well. And we this is over the years, and we do it now. Staff reads them, they put them in. It tends to take us months, sometimes a year to 18 months to finalize a rule after it's proposed.
Thank you. I wish we could continue the conversation, but my time has
I think you still have my cell phone number, so you can call me anytime, sir.
Thank you,
Thanks, Senator Rounds. Senator Smith of Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Chair Brown and Ranking Member.
Maybe,
It's interesting,
maybe not.
just
I don't know.
apropos of Senator Round's comments and questions about crypto, I was not here earlier because I was
That's
at the
why I
banking
made the
committee
video,
where we're
'cause I
having a
thought
conversation about
maybe.
issues. I mean, I was at the ag committee, pardon me. I know, where am I? See, I'm a little confused. I've been running around. Anyway, I just note that there are a handful of us, you, Senator Brown, and Senator Warnock, and I, that serve on both agriculture and banking housing, and as the issues of how we should create a regulatory framework for crypto commodities, digital commodities, as well as digital securities, I think we have an important job to do here. Chair Gensler, on the, I want to go to the question of materiality. On securities laws, they are grounded in the concept of materiality. And since we've emerged from the Great Depression, we've acknowledged that investing in the stock market comes with its risks. But investors ought to have information about that they need to be able to prudently evaluate those risks and make good informed decisions. And this is especially important today as more than half of families have investments in the stock market, including their retirement nest eggs. So could you talk to the committee, just broadly speaking, about how climate disclosures for public companies are material information for investors?
It's material because, as the Supreme Court says, substantial likelihood a reasonable investor is considering it significant in their mix of information. And right now, it's really remarkable what's happened in the last 10 to 20 years. So many investors are considering it. And why are they considering it? Because there's a future chance of transition risk. They might have to change their operations. Their competitors might change their operations. Laws might change. These companies that are listed here in the U.S. operate around the globe. On average, if you look at the top 500 or 1,000 companies, half their operations are overseas. And so it can affect all that. But it's material because, as the Supreme Court says, because investors get to decide what risk they take, and investors are saying it. In our comment file, if you look at the top 300 or 400 of the investors, the big asset managers, it adds up to $50 trillion of assets under management that have come in, mostly supportive of this. I mean, I know that there's a lot of good discussion about what do we do about the farmers and not getting caught up in Scope 3, and which is a good conversation we've had. But mostly the investor community has come in these 14,000 comments supportive.
Mm-hmm. And it's good for those investors to be able to understand what those risks are in a more comprehensive and clear way.
Absolutely, and investors get to decide. If somebody says, I think those risks are significant, but a company's managing it well, I should invest in it. Mm-hmm. They might say that, I think that the market is overpricing a stock, and they might say, I want to sell that stock because I don't think this, I think that assets that are emitting a lot of emissions are still going to be really profitable. That's up to investors.
On another topic I want to touch base on, I was pleased to see the SEC take action to increase transparency and accountability in the private fund market. Private funds, including private equity and hedge funds, have an outsized presence in our economy, $18 trillion in assets. And a substantial portion of that, again, includes retirement savings held in pension plans for teachers and municipal employees and others. And in recent years, individual ownership of private funds has also been on the rise. So, Chair Gensler, can you talk about the recently proposed amendments to Form PF and the private fund advisor rules, and how they would, how they interact with eliminating conflicts of interest issues, protect investors, and protect the integrity of the private fund market?
So we've done two sets of rules with regard to private funds. One, to promote greater efficiency. What that means is lowering the cost of this. It's actually grown since that number, about 21 trillion. Mm-hmm. And they probably take revenues of about $300 billion plus. And that means those teachers, firefighters, those pensioners are getting a little lower potentially return. So it helps them. So we're trying to promote greater efficiency, transparency of fees, performance, and side letters. You mentioned a form called Form PF, Form Private Fund. That is something that was put in place after the 2008 crisis. Congress thought the SEC and our sibling agency, the CFTC, should get more information about these funds with regard to mitigating and monitoring for systemic risk, the big crisis of '08. And we're updating those forms.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Lummis from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your holding this hearing on the important work of the SEC. And Chairman Gensler, it's great to see you again. And so I want to dive into a component of the Lummis-Gillibrand bill, which you've had a chance to see.
I'm telling you guys, this is a slaughter.
That deals with Section 301 of that bill. I agree with statements you and your predecessor, Jay Clayton, have made that initial coin offerings, where digital assets are sold to investors expecting to profit from the seller's efforts, should be considered investment contracts. Senator Gillibrand and I share your concerns about information gaps that can arise when digital assets are later used and traded by others, and the need to ensure users can make informed decisions in the market. So we believe that it is those that raise the money through an initial sale of digital assets and those that continue to provide essential managerial efforts should be held responsible to provide disclosures
I can't answer that, Frank.
to the market, and that innocent secondary purchasers of digital assets
They're talking a lot
may
about
or may not
cryptocurrency, though.
be aware that they're trading in securities should not be subject to strict liability. So in our act, the Responsible Financial Innovation Act, rather than attempting to impose new, complex, difficult to apply rules on secondary purchasers not involved in fundraising transactions, Section 301 of our bill provides for robust technology-neutral disclosure obligations that would hold responsible those who benefited from that fundraising, not the innocent users of digital assets who have no way of knowing what the sponsor is up to. So my question is this: do you have any thoughts on the need for disclosures in the digital asset markets and Section 301 of our bill?
So I thank you for the question. It was good to meet with you and Senator Gillibrand and discuss these as well. I think that the disclosure, as you say, is key. We even recently we're setting up a new industry office to help the disclosure in this field in our corporate finance area. I do think that as you say, the innocent purchaser, let's say the public does not have a disclosure obligation when they buy a stock on the New York Stock Exchange, and it's not the public that should have a disclosure obligation if they buy some crypto security token. But the entrepreneurs, the sponsor, the promoter, the entrepreneurs, that's where the disclosure obligation ought to be. And I think we have authorities now to facilitate and actually have a different set of disclosures, just as we have in other fields. We have different disclosures on something called asset-backed securities than we do for equities. But I do think where I might respectfully differ from, I think, what might be in the question is that I think in the secondary market, 5 years after a stock is issued, a stock of a great U.S. company is issued, there's still a disclosure obligation. And I think that's what Congress did in
GWH is still
1933,
ripping.
passed a law saying you've got to make a disclosure if you raise money from the public. But the Congress knew that wasn't enough. And in 34, they came back and said, you know what? We also have to cover the secondary market in two ways. Cover the intermediaries, like the stock exchange and the broker-dealers, but also say that there's got to be what's known as periodic reporting, the annual report.
Mm-hmm.
And so, or maybe there's no difference here, but I think that the investor should not have an obligation. It's the intermediaries, and then it's the common enterprise or the folks in the middle.
And are you thinking that disclosure option or obligation would be similar for initial coin offerings under our bill or should be under our bill, similar disclosure options as were instituted in 1934?
I think similar in kind, but probably there's some things, it might be a little bit different list. I mean, there might not be a board of directors and things like that. So I really do think your bill had a list. We might differ on that list. We might have other things to put on that list. But it's not necessarily, as you say, everything that a big multinational company is doing.
Okay, well, I want you to know that Senator Gillibrand and I want to continue to work with you and your staff to make sure that, to the extent that we don't philosophically disagree, that any of those sorts of gaps that you have
I told you guys,
identified
watch the
in our
BRICS
bill
nations.
can be addressed.
They're working
because,
against us.
I don't see our bill
It's not
having
just
an
China
avenue to
or
come
Russia.
before
India's in it too.
this committee or the Congress before the end of the year. But we do intend to have it, to reintroduce it in January. And we want to make sure that between now and January, we've worked with you and your staff to make sure that we can address items that we can mutually agree need to be in the
I
bill.
look forward to that, and particularly, as I said earlier, in ways that we can ensure we don't undermine the
Congratulations on all
$100
the
trillion
snipes, guys.
capital market, the definition of security, the definitions of other things that really are under this committee and stay under this committee.
And we've talked about unintended consequences of our bill before with you. We want to address those unintended consequences. Obviously, you see things that maybe we don't because of your perspective. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Really appreciate your being here today, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Senator
Senator.
Senator Ossoff from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Gensler, great to see you. Thanks for your service. Thank you for your testimony.
Senator Ossoff,
Yeah,
good to see you
Goldman
again.
Sachs says
I
that.
have routinely asked you this question. I've also put this question periodically to Chair Powell and to Secretary Yellen. What do you see as the most significant threats to financial stability? Or to put it another way, what keeps you up at night?
You don't want me to say my daughters. Okay. Look, I think in terms of we are living in uncertain times. I don't need to say this, but with the war in Eastern Europe and Ukraine, with central banks around the globe moving from accommodating to tightening, with the remaining, challenges, geopolitical challenges between great nations and also with COVID and commodity prices. All of that in the mix. What I look at and think about is the relationship between the banking sector and the hedge fund sector and investors, the relationship between the banking sector and commodity traders. That's called a prime brokerage relationship, and those relationships I really do think a lot about. I think about resiliency in the market, and that's why we have about a dozen or 15 projects. In the Treasury market, what we're trying to do, in money market funds and open-end funds, shortening the settlement cycle and the like. I think that if we do our job well at the SEC, we'll build greater resiliency for the stresses that come in the future. And those stresses come because that's what an economy, we always have ups and downs in economies. So we have these longer term projects, but near term, it's these issues that I just raised.
Let's talk a little bit about the Treasury market. You highlighted that in previous testimony. You issued proposed rulemaking in the
I know
last
this is Twitter,
several
but
days.
this is actually legit.
Can you please break down into layperson's terms the nature of concern about illiquidity in Treasury markets and how the actions you're proposing to consider taking would address them?
So I would say to the American public, it's a big market.
XDC settles faster than XRP does.
A quarter of our entire capital markets, $24 trillion. You can think of it as the base. It's sort of the foundation of our financial house. Everything else is built upon the Treasury market. And what we've found is we've had real disruptions, call them jitters. I hate to say it in the house way. It's like there's some termites somewhere in the foundation every few years. We had them in the 1980s and 1990s, and we had them in the last 6 years. And it puts some pressure on our central bank, the Federal Reserve, that sometimes then opens up and provides, using its balance sheet liquidity to the marketplace, sort of as a lender of last resort. I think that we can lower the risk in that marketplace by ensuring that all the dealers, the high-frequency trading dealers, are registered and regulated. Secondly, that where the trading happens, these are trading platforms, are regulated, and some of those aren't. And really importantly, getting the benefits of something that sounds boring, but it's called clearing. It's the back office, which lowers risk in the system. So those are the main things. We've worked really closely with Secretary Yellen and her team and Chair Powell and his team on those proposals.
Do you think that the persistent concern about illiquidity in Treasury markets threatens the Fed's ability to execute open market operations in a crisis?
I think, if I might say, if we do these suite of proposals in the Treasury market, it will bring greater competition. There historically was a group of primary dealers, then that started to broaden out to these principal trading firms, high-frequency trading firms, and others. And I think that we'll build greater resiliency and also increase some competition in the marketplace.
Okay, let's follow up on this, and I'll have my office get with yours.
And please, I'd love to have a meeting.
And with my brief remaining time, I want to ask about something of particular concern to Georgians. We have thriving military communities, base communities, veteran communities in Georgia. The SEC has, in the past and as recently as December of 2021, filed emergency action to shut down a multi-million-dollar Ponzi scheme that targeted retirement funds held by veterans. I'd like to ask for your commitment that under your leadership, the SEC will redouble and intensify its efforts to ensure that within your jurisdiction, you are identifying and cracking down on schemes that could defraud or harm America's veterans.
You have that, and I would also say to all Georgians and veterans, if you see something, we have a tips complaint referral system. We have a whistleblower system.
It doesn't work.
Let us know. Let the SEC know. We're a little understaffed. I think we should have more staff, but let us know. We'll try to follow up and pursue those leads as people see them.
We'll pass that along.
Thank you, Senator Ossoff. Senator Haggerty from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Brown. Chair Gensler, I was reviewing your testimony last night, and I was struck by a term that you used as you described the nation's securities laws and regulations. You described them as the gold standard, and I don't believe that's true anymore. What we've seen here in America over the past 2 decades is the number of publicly listed companies decline by more than 40%. If you look at the U.S. share of global IPOs, we've shrunk to less than 20% in the past decade. Why is that? It's because every new regulatory requirement that you impose on public companies adds to the already crippling cost of operating as a public company. So the consequence of all these regulations is to encourage companies to stay private or to look abroad to do their IPO. You've rolled out 32 proposed rules in the past year, including your ESG disclosure rule, which will cost hundreds of millions of dollars a year in compliance cost and has created tremendous uncertainty in the marketplace. This will undoubtedly make matters worse. America had such a big lead in terms of having the world's best capital markets that have allowed business to succeed here and thrive. But it's been in spite of, not because of, this increasingly crushing red tape. More regulation is a recipe for the preeminence of American capital markets to die a slow death. If we continue down this path, there won't be any investors left to protect. American workers, American consumers, and retirees can't afford that. So, Chairman Gensler, under your tenure at the SEC, you've rolled out an unprecedented slate of aggressive rule proposals. Among the many troubling trends in your short term as chairman has been an expansion of the SEC's purview into sophisticated markets under the guise of, quote, consumer protection. Because not all markets are accessible to retail investors, the SEC has traditionally adopted differentiated levels of paternalism depending on the given market. But the two most egregious examples of this creep that's happening right now are the private funds rule and the SEC's announcement that it would begin to force significant disclosure requirements on fixed income securities including those that are regulated under Rule 144A. And your staff claims that these new rules will, quote, enhance investor protection. But as you know, the qualified investors that invest in these products are not unsophisticated. They don't need hand-holding in performing their own due diligence. Yet these new rules will pose significant new costs, and they'll act as an impediment to American innovators who need early-stage capital to grow. So my question of you is, do you think that the distinction between large and mostly institutional investors versus mom and pop investors is somehow unimportant? Or is there some other motivation that's driving the SEC under your guidance to dedicate so many resources to go after these larger investors, these investors that all of your predecessors, I think, rightly have given a degree of autonomy to?
So, Senator, I think that between what's called a and a non-accrual, but I funds rule, if I
Why is it cutting out?
now at 21, here's the asset.
Okay, wait, let me refresh. Hold on a second.
Given a degree of autonomy to.
So, Senator, I think that between what's called a and a non-accrual, but I funds rule, if I now at 21,
We might be losing it.
here's the asset. Opposed.
But I didn't get to hear from
but does
Elizabeth
that-
Warren yet.
And what, if I, Senator, I think that
Sources to go after the investors act as an
Here, I'm gonna
impediment to
give it some
American
time. Hold on a
innovators
second. I'm
who need early stage
coming
capital
back
to grow.
like a minute.
So my question of you is, do you think that the distinction between large and mostly institutional investors versus mom and pop investors is somehow unimportant? Or is there some other motivation that's driving the SEC under your guidance to dedicate so many resources to go after these larger investors, these investors that all of your predecessors, I think, rightly have given a degree of autonomy to?
So, Senator, I think that between what's called a
Wait, okay, I'm
and
trying to open it. I'm gonna try to open this in a new window.
but I funds rule, six responsibility. We now at 21 recommendation of group partners, state, and we looked down and promote petition and see invest. Here's the asset.
Their feed is screwing up.
But those and what
It's not my end either.
on the other side, six responsibility. We recommendation of group partners, state, and we looked down and promote petition and see investors.
Everybody slow down.
Lower the.
Yeah, I have a healthy debate on this, but I think general partners that are taking 300 economy help promote greater competition where
Increased regulates greater competitive market. I don't.
it's greater transparency of the fees.
These are sophisticated.
Guys, I slowed it down to half speed, and it's working, but it's
Well,
hilarious.
they're small companies that need to access capital, to be deprived of that capital because of this type of overreach, Mr. Chairman.
Already, Senator Warner, this topic for a moment point, but I do think from we've talked and good discernment are in that your I support some of my colleagues on the other side. Because moves false comments more some of them I do feel have been
Their
but I'd
feed,
like to
their
also
feed is
give
glitching
the
out. So I put it on half speed, and now they sound like they need helmets.
But
like,
possible follow on.
We can make out what they're saying, if that makes
They
sense.
send all of these regs, how are holistically looking at their
Proposal by proposal in the economic analysis we
Oh my God.
regardless what comment period
All right, let me try to turn it on full sound.
is, whatever the comment period is, when comments come in after the comment period.
All right, it's actually on full speed now.
Staff considers it, we write it up, we put it in. I mean, if it comes in, not at the one day before we're finalizing it.
He's actually just talking like an idiot now.
Generally, on average, takes a year and a half to finalize these things.
This is rough.
So I encourage people to continue to say if you see that interaction. But secondly, we also
Yeah, I can do that.
Publicly,
That was a mess. That was okay. So, key takeaways. His head was in a guillotine, and that was a public execution. That was a public execution. I just want to say for the record. Like that, like, you know how like back in the day they used to hang people and then they'd like leave their bodies up? That was like the modern day version of that without the violence. That's like emailing somebody and saying, as per my last email, or something like along those lines. Like that was like the federal version of something like that. That was ugly. I felt like I hate that person. I hate that man. And I felt bad for him. Yes. He got publicly lynched and hung from the courthouse. Or in this case, I believe it would be the Capitol building. Oh my God. Like, he was hit from so many different angles. They didn't it's almost like they didn't know where to like he didn't know where to defend, like cryptocurrency, farmers, fucking like, oh man, that poor bastard. Well, actually, you know what? No. I say that, but then, like, I don't feel bad for him at all. He did it to himself. Watch this come up, though, on ETH. Heads up. Like, this was I'm sorry. I was trying to, like, let you guys know what I thought about this, but, like, I don't know. Under $1,500, I think that this is a steal. I think that this was a snipe all day long. I thought Polygon was a snipe all day long. This is a deflationary asset. A deflationary asset, guys. This is an inflationary asset. $20,000. This is a deflationary asset. This has no utility. This has almost endless utility. Do you see where I'm going with that? Boom! Boom! Fuck yeah, Rocket Girl. That's what I'm talking about. The boat. The boat. The boat. The boat. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. ENDPQ has bidders. Let's go. Do you know what the bids are? Well, this is a Wall Street Journal, but can't trust them for shit. A stalking horse bid? Alright, let me... The best thing to do is just to watch my video, because it explains it in detail. And let me get that for them here shortly. 1 second. Because this is, like... It's very, very, very important. Alright, this is very, very important. Right here. It's called a stalking horse bid. Everybody who's interested in... Well... Everybody who's interested in making money is already here, so... I'm just gonna drop that video there for anybody that's interested in, making an ENDP play. Make sure that you fully understand it. Biden says that food prices won't increase without the rails move. Is being tested for dementia, like, a part of being, like, becoming president? Like is that a part of the physical? And I mean that in, like, the most, like, genuine way that, like, like, I don't want to sound like a D-bag about it, but, like, do you get tested for dementia when you become president? There's no way for me to explain it in 30 seconds or less. Cheaper cheaper things to send. It becomes deflationary. There's gonna be side chains using Polygon. I would key in on the deflationary aspect and the almost unlimited utility. That's all I can come up with in 30 seconds, bro. That is a conversation that would take like an hour. Yeah, but do you see a price? Because I don't see a price here. I mean, I do my best. I appreciate you for watching it. So Merck is filing. I've never been a part of a stalking horse bid trade. If we're being completely honest. Rocket Girl, I've never been a part of a stalking horse bid trade. So I don't know the answer to that question. Okay. Please let us know. Alright, again, critical levels here on SPY. It could just be reaffirming itself. We just don't want to drop down well below. Like, we don't want to be hitting these lines. If it solidifies itself in here, okay, great, but... I don't want to be falling through these supports that I have drawn up. At what point does buying something at such a cheap price become grand larceny? Seriously. At what point does it become grand larceny? Can somebody please answer me that? We just don't want to slip here. I mean, realistically, we could deal with a slip, but I don't want to go below this area here at all. At all. I might want to go down and reconfirm volume, but that could end up with some tough sledding. I like that candle. This candle right here tells me it doesn't know which way it wants to go. A doji with the range to the side, to each side. That's an inverted hammer. This right here, it doesn't know which way it wants to go. Watch for the MACD to twist right here. It's pretty much a doji, but it does have range, so it's not a technical doji, but it's very, very similar to a doji. That's an inverted hammer, which shows range to the top side, but it does have negative price movement. This is what I believe to be a hard short, and then I think that it's going to get eaten up by a long after this candle is finished. Let's see if it gets eaten. They could keep pushing it down. I don't like it. Rumors: Bluebird will be FDA approved in a few days. And look at that. Yes. This is a BBIG, heavy channel. Yes. This is a BBIG heavy channel. Yes, my friend. Yeah, I'm not in blue. You know how I am about FDA plays. I would rather buy something like, I don't know. I'd rather buy more Mullen, realistically, if we're being honest. Rock Girl. It's just, I hate the FDA. I hate the FDA. But Frank, yeah, there's a lot of people with a lot of BBIG here, so you're in the right place for that. One of my mods actually represents Reddit, the Reddit thread for the Twitter space calls. As far as BBIG is concerned. I don't know how he got appointed that position, but he did. I don't know if it was by a Reddit vote or what it is, but yeah. And he happens to have a lot more BBIG than I do. I mean, I'd like to think that I have a good amount of BBIG. And the amount of BBIG he has makes mine look I don't know, foolish. On the double bottom? This would be an extended double bottom, technically. If we do want to be technical, this would be considered an extended double bottom would be the proper term. But we'll see. So right now the Greeks are telling me that if I were to go into this arena, buying puts on the SQQ would be more beneficial on a Greek math basis, and at least in my understanding, than buying calls on the TQQ. That's just my understanding, though, of course. If I thought that the market was going to go up, which I think it does. But call me a perma bull. I really don't see the Democrats. I mean, in some essence, they don't have a choice. I mean, they do to a degree because like they could, they could wield their power, but the midterm elections are coming up. Like, just throwing that out there. Like, do they really want to have this bad of an economy going into the midterm elections? Congratulations if you've been listening to anything that I've been talking about as far as EVgo goes. That's coming up. These EMAs are getting way too tight on ETH. Way too tight. It's either going to break down or break up. And with the way that it's moving, I don't think it's going to break down. But this is way too tight of a range to trade ETH. And they're slapping the ask. Although, is today the snipe day or is tomorrow the snipe day? With the weekend. Because you know that there's going to be a lot of crypto trading tonight and over the weekend. Especially over the weekend, of course. But are people going to want to front run and position themselves now, or are they going to want to like position themselves later on? Yes, it could go either way. Like I feel like it could go. I feel like it could go either way. If we're being honest, I mean, like a lot of these people might want to be in position for like this evening. See, I wonder if this chart is because I haven't charted this like that heavy. I wonder if this chart is gonna be as technically like as up as AMC's is. I almost hope that it's a stock buyout and not a cash buyout, if we're being honest, on ENDP. Go EV could get a lot of steam very, very quickly as well. Look at the turnover rate on FOA, guys. It might be something worth looking at if you don't have any, you know, like downside, like, I don't know, downside protection. It might be something to consider. This, OPFI, you know, what is it, MOGO? Like, they might be something to look at that, you know, may grow in any kind of environment. Fucking ripping. It hit 511 at one point. Holy shit. No, don't be sorry, bro. I'm happy you are making me a part of your day, bro. Don't be sorry. In the short term, it depends on regulation. That's what it like. In the short term, it matters on regulation. Look at GWH. Whoo! The merge happened yesterday, and crypto regulation. Well, we just listened to 2 hours worth of crypto regulation. So, testimony regarding it. So, it may fuel institutional buyers. It may take away from institutional buyers. I don't know. I can't answer that. I can say that we're at a very, very key point at with SPY, though. Like a very, very, very key point. Don't fall through. Don't fall through on me. I don't think it wants to fall through though. Like, look at these wicks. Guys, this is why we study chart wicks and patterns and all that shit. Confused candle. Inverted hammer. Hammer, hammer, hammer. Inverted hammer. Inverted hammer. Spinning top. Flat, 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 flat. They're just eating supply and doing volume at these price levels, guys. That's it. That's it. Nothing crazy. Hold on one second. I just want to make sure that nobody's at my house. Somebody just closed the door outside. I just don't feel like dealing with anybody right now. One second. Must have been a neighbor. I don't really have too many neighbors that I can hear throughout the day, I should say. So that's why I was curious. Thank you, Greg. And there goes SPY. And we need follow through though. Oh, they're here forever, bro. At least 5 years. Like at least 5 years. Endo. Endo's at 12 cents right now, and they're getting bids on by Johnson & Johnson and Merck. And there's an official filing from Merck bidding on Endo. Just so everybody's aware, there is an official filing from Merck in order to purchase ENDP. Well, now ENDPQ. FIE's up almost 14%. Spy push. We need like a push. Like this is like a baby, like I don't even know. Like a little baby shove. Like I'm talking like a run up. That's what we're after. We're sitting here, we're waiting on crypto. That's what's controlling this entire market, guys. Like, okay, I'm gonna go off on a rant right here. Okay, so you know how that idiot just testified, and I mean he basically just got publicly executed. Okay, but one of his remarks stated that he didn't want cryptocurrency to get too involved with the $100 trillion securities market is what he said, right? Then why in the do they allow them in order to go ahead and put cryptocurrency on their balance sheets? By allowing to put cryptocurrency on those balance sheets, okay? They allowed the Chinese or anybody else from any country, anywhere in the world, it doesn't matter what time it is, in order to affect our trading session throughout the middle of the day. At any time, whenever the fuck they feel like it. So, with that being said, I do not believe that publicly traded companies should be allowed to hold crypto on their balance sheets because it devalues the US dollar. I said it. Somebody had to. Think about it. It literally devalues the US dollar. And I don't blame them for doing it because they're allowed to do it, right? But every single time a large company does do that, right, it devalues the US dollar even more. So then it persuades even more companies in order to go ahead and do that. Do you see where I'm going with that? So it's a forest fire. Like, it's just going to spread and spread and spread. It's like, where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line? And when do you draw the line? Like, I don't know. I feel like that was kind of like part of the execution today. But it still didn't even get answered. Still didn't even get answered. SPY looks like it's building a nice base here. Yeah, SPY looks like it's building a nice base. It might push the 48 here. And I'm going to go over to crypto. Crypto's building a nice base here on ETH. Look at that. All right. So 13 is through the 48 on ETH. And we are breaking trend. Go. Good. Follow through. Let me see the follow through. Notice how this spent all this time down here and it just chilled on the MACD. It didn't do shit, but it just chilled on the MACD. Go. Push. Push. I feel like I'm like coaching somebody to have a baby here. Push. Remember, MMAT's up 5.5%, but it could like pretty much double out of nowhere just because of that sell-off. That was kind of ridiculous, but yeah, it happened anyway. And we are looking at a potential cup and handle. Right there. And right there. See that? Right, that deserves a drawing. It's very, very important to be precise. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, you know what? It's right at $1,500. What do you know? Oh, well, it's not only, but you know what's even worse though? The single security levered ETFs. That's the worst of it, in my opinion. That and the fact that they pushed the CAT system back by 2 years. They want to go ahead and they want to preach. They want to preach accountability and transparency, right? That's what the CAT system did. The CAT system went through every single hour and checked everybody's margin and adjusted to make sure that everybody was, you know, meeting their margin requirements. And instead of enforcing it, they just delayed it by 2 years. It's like, well, like the fuck are you doing? It makes no sense. That's literally just like, you know, doing something with one hand over here and then, you know, pulling a rabbit out of your hat over on the left side. It's just like, I don't know. Makes no sense. ETH looks like it is going to blast. Heads up. Heads up. Everything's gonna move off this, to be honest with you. Everything is gonna move off ETH. If we're like, you know, gonna be transparent here. Bitcoin is gonna get scalped over and over and over and over again until like there's like one like a last bag holder, in my opinion. And a lot of that money is going to either get into, you know, ETH, Cardano, XRP, or it's going to end up covering positions that need to be covered. If, like, you know, if those people still even have Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the ultimate scalping tool. Just like Dogecoin. It has no utility other than scalping. Oh, wait, I forgot. It's a store of value, but it's a shitty store of value in the first place because it costs so much money in order to transfer. Crypto's just hanging out at 390, just eating volume, eating supply, just over and over and over again. Like, look at this. So you guys see my, anybody that's watching the screen can see my chart. Anybody that's not watching, I basically just have like I have like, pretty wide lines, okay? In like almost like a no man, like a no man kind of zone here on or no man's land here on SPY, and SPY is literally just bouncing back and forth in between it. It's eating the supply within the zone. Watch out on Mogo. That's something I added yesterday. BBIG candle, okay. Can we follow it up? It's gonna gap down though. Today's gonna be a sideways trade day. It looks like, from what I'm seeing right this second. This is a sideways trade. Now, Mullen might get a little bit spicy here. BBIG looked like it was like a sideways trade. Mullen might get a little bit jumpy here, though. We're trying to do some volume on top of the VWAP. BBIG just got shoved right down, though, right after it bounced up. And it was a gap up to a gap down. This is showing more consistent movement. Snapchat just under $12. AVCT up 3.5%. Not that great after getting hammered. LiDAR is at 140 still. EV goes at about 1020. Is anybody else in OPFI or is it just me? That's something I feel like I should ask. That and FOA. Like, are anybody else, like, in these trades? Or is anybody else in these trades, or is it just me? Mullen's trying to do something here. Guys, without my script, I'm kind of like just like a dumpster when it comes to food. Okay, so just give me 2 seconds. I gotta root around in my kitchen real quick. Just give me a minute. 1 sec. Alright. You guys are gonna hate me in probably about like 20 minutes. Just saying. In my defense, though, you guys are getting a fair warning now. Also, look at the turnover rate on this here IMRA. I don't know much about the stock, to be quite honest with you. It was more of a, you know, somebody mentioned it. It ended up on the list, but just look at the turnover rate with the rate that it's gained. A low volume. Interesting. Snapchat's about to take 12. 12 is a key level on Snapchat. Ooh, excuse me. Excuse me again. LiDAR flat. Everybody ignore what I'm about to do. Everybody ignore this. Wow, wait, that was supposed to be gone. No, nobody saw that. Nobody paid attention to that, right? Fuck, wait. I have to add to that. BBIG. Okay. I'm telling you guys right now, we are not going to get much done until this figures out what the hell it wants to do. I will be very, 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 very surprised if any equities that we typically care about make any kind of drastic moves until SPY figures out what the fuck it wants to do. It's not me that's making this boring. Okay? I just want to make this clear. It's not me that is making today boring. It is this right here. Because of these right here. We would be better off watching ETH all day, in my opinion. However, notice how we were coming up on the 200 on ETH? I've been telling everybody how much I hate Bed Bath & Beyond for the longest time. So that's not a surprise to me. Thank you for that info. Alright, I think I have to go flip my things. Hey, Rocket Girl, I have a question for you if you're in here. Or any other mom that may be in here. I have a motherly type of question. Okay, so I'm currently making chicken wings. Okay. Now, on the back of the bag, there are no instructions for an air fryer. However, I understand that they are going to taste much better in an air fryer. Now, I do also understand that, you know, things cook much differently as opposed to like, you know, like an oven, right? So I'm not going to cook it to the oven specs, right? So right now it's at about a half the time that it would take in the oven at a lower degree. However, the outside of the chicken looks a little bit crisp. Okay? Should I just go with my gut on this one? Or do you think I should try, or do you think I should overcook it just to make sure? Because I'm not cooking it anywhere near as long as what the bag says, because the bag is set up for me to put it in the oven, but the air fryer it would just taste much better, right? So I should probably just go off feel, right? Perfect. And gentlemen, that's why we need moms in our lives. That's why we need moms in our lives. Thank you very much, Rocket Girl. What's it cooking at, or are you asking me if I stuck a thermometer in it? It's cooking at 400. The bag said 450, but my air fryer doesn't go up to 450. It only goes up to 400. However, it's already crispy on the outside, and I'm cooking it at half the time as well. So it's just kind of like I better just open. You're right. I better just open it and see if it's pink. Another 5 minutes? Okay. Thank you. Luke, I think you're way off. Okay, Google's way off, brother. See that's why I asked Rocket Girl, because Google is way off. Like we're talking 10 minutes. Actually, we're probably talking about 15 minutes now at this point, right? And they're already crispy. And they're already seasoned. Like these are pre-cooked wings that have been frozen that I bought from the store. It's not like I'm like hand making them. If that makes sense. Thank you very much for your concern, though. We need to hold 12 on Snap. You guys are totally going to hate me in like 5 minutes. Alright, we're gaining on Spy, though. Oh, well then Google... Okay, Google's going through some antitrust lawsuits. I don't trust them right now. Because that was inherently wrong. But thank you very, very much for trying. Because I honestly tried to do the same thing, bro. I did. I tried to do the same exact thing. And it was just off. No. Well, yeah, but you're about 7 minutes too long. Give or take. 1 second. Oh, yeah. Okay, they're done. And I overcooked them. It is, because I do not have my Adderall. It is being, what's it called? It is, and one of my friends, like, it took like a couple weeks for her to get her Adderall as well. Right now, I'm on 2 weeks of no Adderall, which is not okay. That's, like, I've been getting cluster headaches, which is what I've been telling you guys about my script, like my script not getting filled. That right there, it's on point. Just saying. That's bad. People could actually have seizures, but I'm not having a seizure. Like if they're like junkies, or if they're like prescribed a high, like a very very high dose, like they could go straight into a seizure. I've been telling you guys about my script. Are you trying to violate my HIPAA laws? Or my HIPAA rights, Rocket Girl? I'd rather not get into that. I'm just busting balls. I'm just busting balls, but I'd rather not get into that. This would be like that channel, like, I don't know. Remember that BBIG hearing where the guy was like literally breaking HIPAA laws via, like he was doing it by accident, but like he was just like reading out people's like fucking like medical information, like. Yo, if I was on that list, I would be jumping for joy, because that's a clear lawsuit. Straight up. 100%. Can you imagine just getting paid millions of dollars because somebody just, like, you know, read out your blood pressure over, like, I don't know, in front of, like, 1 million people? Like, fuck yeah. Not to sound too happy or anything, but like, if everybody else is gonna get theirs, I mean, I want to get mine too. It's only fair. We're about to hit 392 on SPY. To answer your question though, Rocket Girl, my dose is like, we'll call it moderate. We'll just call it moderate. Because I don't want to leave you like with like a no answer. We'll just say that my dose is like a moderate. However, I'm also prescribed, like for my anxiety, I'm also prescribed Valium. So like, God forbid that there was an emergency, I could handle it. If that makes sense. It's probably so terrible, but. Who is hot? Holy shit. I mean, I'm not angry. I don't know. I don't know. How many baby mamas does he have? Out of curiosity, does anybody know? Like off top 3 or 4? Or I'll tell you what, dude likes to procreate. We're surging up to 200 on ETH. We're at 393 on SPY. Well, everything's about to go on a run. Watch out. Everything's about to go on a run. Do you see? Do you guys just see like how easy that was able to predict with ETH? Like that was all ETH. That was all ETH. All ETH. What is BBIG doing? Everything is following ETH. ETH has now taken over as the top signal, in my opinion. Now let's see what it does at the 200. We wanted to fly right through it. Watch this. If it busts to 200, it's gonna be a fun ride. We're talking about a better ride than the AI specialist from SpaceX. We need to bust it, though. If we come down and slap it, and then turn around, okay, great, but if we come down here and mull in between, it's just going to be a sideways day. Most likely. Well, Mullen is going to move off this. In all reality. Because you could say that 28.5 is a key level on GME. You could say that 10 is a key level on AMC as well. You say 650 is a key level on Revlon. To me, it all rides on this. Right? I mean, like, I'm sure that multiple things are at key levels right now. Sorry, I'm gonna like get this mic like out of my mouth, just so you guys can't like hear me eating. But my apologies. You know what? I have a great idea. Hold on a second, just so I don't feel like a fat ass. There we go. I'm still here, guys. Don't worry. I just didn't feel like, having everybody stare at me while I, ate chicken wings. No big deal. We out here. Why? Because you don't want to deal with them for 2 weeks? Is that why, Rocket Girl? Give the kid a vacation. Give the kid a vacation. Come on. Or he has to go get. Oh, I thought you meant he was gonna get 2 weeks off from school. Never mind. I take that back. Take that back. I thought you meant like he wouldn't be allowed back in school for 2 weeks, and I'd be like, like, screw that. I'd be like, hell yeah. Well, yeah, that's because it got rejected here on the 200. Just seriously, watch the 200, right? On ETH. As soon as this goes, everything else should follow. It's gonna have VWAP. Fuck. I need 2 hands for this, and one hand is dirty. There you go. Bang. Kaplop. That's what's going to happen with Mullen. In a TA environment. In a heavy TA environment. This drawing might be wrong. Ignore this bottom line. This bottom line is very, very speculative. Hi, Spy. Looking for a gold cross on Spy right now. Over the VWAP as well. This is key. Hell yeah, it is. But this right. Okay, we have the gold cross. This is key. What it does right here underneath the pivot. I want it to bounce over pivot, real bad. Congrats if you've, paid attention to anything I've said over the last, month. About EVGO. How do you make a $7.7 billion mistake? It seems like something that you would, I don't know, maybe double or triple check. Or am I wrong by saying that? Go EV still climbing. I'm almost done with my chicken wings, guys. About halfway done. Then we'll be back at full strength. It broke out of my thing as well. Remember how I said earlier? I wonder if like their chart is as effed up as AMC's. It broke that. See, I don't... Fuck, I haven't been playing the options on them, so I don't know what this one shit is. Watch and see what this does on the other side of the pivot. Psh. 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 Come in. Psh. Houston. Psh. Psh, Houston. Psh. Psh. Houston. Come in. Do you read me? Wow, this is some really weird movement at the 200, guys. Come in, Houston. Houston, can you hear me? Psh. Oh, this list is about to get really, really fun. I think. And no, that's not financial advice, blah, 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 blah. Please like and sub while I go wash my hands in a minute. Because, we might have to suit up here for liftoff. Before I get up to go wash my hands, I just want to show you guys something. This was like the lamest bull trap and grind out that they've ever done that I could remember. Just saying. They literally just grinded the entire fucking day away. They just theta. What is today? Is today? Today's Thursday. They theta burn the shit out of everyone today. That's what that was. That was theta burn. Alright. Back in the saddle. Do you have any coffee? Yeah. No, I guess we'll switch to some Pepsi, though. Alright. Back in the saddle, baby. Let's get it. Let's get it. I'm back in the saddle again.
The slingshot maneuver is all we've got. All right, full speed ahead.
Oh, that was a perfect one. I needed that. Oh, I'm not renting shit. I'm not renting shit. Like, look at that theta burn. Just all day. They theta burned all day, guys. If you guys got snipes off on the lows, I want to say congratulations. Like, when we were at these levels, and I was, like, saying, oh, shit, like, we're at critical levels. If you happen to, you know, I don't know, find your way over to, I don't know, the UVXY or the TQQs, especially the TQQs, and buy, you know, or even puts, congratulations, because you're already way the fuck up. Spy was a bust. What do you guys think happens right here if the MACD twists up through the signal? Think about that. Because now we're getting very, very, very tight on, like, on range. This range is getting way too tight. Key level, I'm mulling. But see, we're gonna battle key levels all the way until this busts this, across the board, in my opinion. Like Revlon at 648. I'm gonna argue that 650 is a key level. I'd say that we're actually above a key level on GME. We're slightly above a key level on AMC. Vroom at 180 is, again, key. See, we don't want to break down to the downside here, though. Definitely not what we want to do.
Buzz Lightyear to the rescue.
Yeah, that one's lame.
Hold on to your batteries. There's turbulence ahead.
Alright, that one's a little bit better. Hold on to your fucking batteries, guys. There's no way. Maybe RSI? Can you tell? Please, like, someone please just say yes. You are, like, I just acknowledge the, like, what is going on the chart. And please tell me that you've picked up, like, that there are incredible abnormalities going on right now. Guys, half the battle is reading a chart. The other battle is going to be just going through Ortex data, going through data sources, going through, and reading filings and doing that kind of shit. The other half of the battle is just charting and reading a chart. Once you do that, you're golden, in my opinion. This is unsustainable. This range right here is unsustainable for ETH. I know I sound like a broken record. I mean to sound like a broken record right now. Come on, baby. Give me an alley-oop. What does he say? Hold on to your batteries? Yeah. P-Star switch? I'm sorry, but nothing is going to happen, anywhere until this goes. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I will be, because I am. I have to be a realist. Bitcoin is no longer like the sheriff in town. See if it accepts it. I don't think it will, but let's see if it accepts it. Oh, maybe it will. ETH's gonna have to follow, though. Along with SPY. See the shoulder on the left side? Three 1,000s of a penny away. 2 1,000s of a penny away. It has it. Can I keep it? Now this is 3 little soldiers as well. I just lost it. Where's Eat That? See? Yeah. I'd be paying attention to that. Give me 1 minute. Oh, my bad. Nothing happened here on ETH anyway. I'm not the only one just like seeing this, right? Like other people understand, like can see this and understand what the hell is going on, right? Like I'm not like sitting here like thinking like just like out of my mind, right? Like this is so like I don't want to say obvious because like anything could happen at any time, but like at the current time it's fucking obvious. Like just the fact that it's gonna like it's a sideways trade until ETH pops us to 200. Like that's what I'm making reference to. Like it's just such an obvious trade. Like right now, it's apparent to me that nothing is going to move to the upside for the in a substantial manner until ETH pops to 200 to the upside. And to like really understand it, like you just have to like look at these other percentages. They're just not moving. SPY, not moving. Everything's moving off of ETH. That $7.7 billion mistake, that they might have just literally sold Bitcoin and then just dumped it into ETH, for all we know. I mean, I don't know. This seems too obvious to me. See, now I have to draw. I have to keep drawing rays to keep up with this shit. Probably from here down. What? Just watch how like vicious it pops back. Look at the RSI. Like, just keep that in mind. there's a whole lot of nothing going on across the entire market. I mean, sure, I guarantee you're gonna find your HKDs out there and things like that, but like legitimate value trades are probably sitting around waiting on this. I can't speak for everyone, but I can speak for the ones that I'm watching. And I'm not complaining by any means. This is the perfect time to be sniping if you're inclined to do so, in my opinion. There are definitely things that could be done if you have the balls to do them. But if you're trading straight stock right now, chances are there's really not much for you to do. Greg, what the fuck are you posting right now? Is this a joke? Or is this real life? So, in the Margin Mafia Facebook group chat, there are literally the things that they put on at Walmart so you don't steal stuff, like the big boxes, and then you put the item inside the box. They have spam inside, like cans of spam within each thing. Quant is up. Quant is up 6%. Cosmos is up 8% in the last 24 hours. Oh boy. This is building a floor. I think. I'm sorry that I can't entertain you guys, but this is a theta burn day. It is what it is. I got more people to vote on the poll than actually like the video. That's funny. That's beautiful. Beautiful. Well, I have another poll for you guys. Why not, right? And there goes Zeke. I respect everybody's right to their opinion. You know that, like, we've already hit a technical recession. Yeah. Okay, so, yeah. So who cares about the news? If you know we're in one, then why do you care about the news? And I don't mean that in like a dickhead manner. Like I don't mean that in like in a bad like sense, right? But if you know that we are in a recession, why do you care about the news that we're in a recession? All the big money already knows that we're in a recession. Because let's face it, like, guys like you and I, right? They got us beat, bro. They got us beat. Not only do they have more money for more equipment, but as soon as they unleash the news, that becomes bullish, in my opinion. Because then everybody will think that we hit bottom. But I think we already hit bottom. Much SPY. What if the flash crash was like the last 2 days? Because I believe like yesterday was one of the worst days, or 2 days ago was like one of the worst days for the SPY in like the past year or something like that. Two days ago. So 2 days ago is the worst day in the entire year for the stock market. 2 days ago. So who's to say that the flash crash didn't already happen? And I'm not like challenging you. It's just like I'm just trying to bring up like a point. You know what I mean? Like who's to say, you know, that we didn't do all that stuff? Who's like? It becomes like a guessing game almost, right? So then it's like, well, the numbers are the numbers. The data is the data, the numbers are the numbers. So like, let's actually end this poll. I have a much better poll to ask. Hold on a second. And this one's gonna stay up for till the end of the day. There. Please, everybody answer that. Please, your opinion really matters on this one. It really, 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 really matters. And by bottom, just for clarity, by bottom I mean 362. The 52-week low. The World... Oh, you gave me... Oh, the World Bank. Documents.worldbank.org. Just saying. Actually, I want to do this as well. All right, all right. You know what? Honestly, if you look into this, okay, a lot is set up with XRP. That's all I'm gonna say. A lot is set up with an XRP. We'll just leave it at that. Yes, I have. Yeah, I know. I'm in it. I'm in it. We will pull it up though. Oh, what time frame? I mean, I agree with you, but like as far as bullishness goes, I agree with you. I am bullish on AVCT. Like, I'm very, very bullish. But on what time frame are you saying it's the most bullish chart you've ever seen? Like, are you talking about the daily? I mean, I think on the 4 hour, I disagree with you. On the daily, I might agree with you. Well, yeah, because there's like no price move. There is price movement, but it's like within like thousands of pennies. Or hundreds of a penny. Like, I agree with you. Like, but I would space it out, and I'd say more along the lines of like a daily chart rather than a 4 hour. Okay, guys, listen. You and I have to have a hard talk right now, okay? Pay very, very, very close attention to this. Do what you will with said information. Look at the turnover rate. Do what you will with the information, though. In fact, I might buy more. I don't know. Hold on a second. I want to. Fuck. C3 AI chilling at $15. On the 200, above the VWAP. Glad we had that talk, guys. Glad we had that talk. At what point do I become, like, too greedy on this one? I'm already up over 100% on this position. But there is a technical fill to the top side at like $3.48. Like, fuck. Bullish engulfing candle on SPY. I really wish I could be more entertaining right now, but I just can't be. There's like, I'm sorry guys, like there's really not much to do other than stare at ETH. Hey babe, will you do me a favor? This is what girlfriends are for. Not entirely, but yeah, they could almost double up. And Matt, they could almost double up because they got sliced in half off of an SEC filing that wasn't even that bad. So they could pretty much like, yeah, MMAT, yes, metamaterials, yes. MMA, we could look at a daily chart. They got, I was watching it when it happened. They got sliced in half. Right there. Bang. And then since then, they got 2 new patents released to them regarding battery technology. I agree. I mean, I agree with you 100%. Alright, guys, here's what we're gonna do. Because I'm not getting many likes here. I gotta keep my algorithms going. Right? So what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna go ahead and I am going to end stream. I know it's 2:21. I know. Okay. I'm gonna blame, first of all, the fact that, you know, there is an Adderall shortage, and I do not have my script, so I'm out of my Adderall. I am kind of having a cluster headache, to be quite honest. So what I'm going to do is I am going to start a stream. It is going to be more crypto related. However, it is going to deal with more of the side effects of what is happening with ETH as well as the rest of the market. And we're going to roll with it like that. But that's all I got for you, unfortunately. Just because, like, in all reality, not too many people are participating. I need to keep my algos up, and yeah. But thanks for chilling, and I will catch you guys later, tomorrow, you know, whatever. Later, fam.